Welcome to Saratoga Live on the Thursday card, just over 48 hours away from the Travers on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Early on today, race 3, Capitol Hill, morning line favorite in race 3 for Belmont. Comes out of the grade 1 4-star Dave, and graded stakes place in the poker, 3 starts to go. Brad Cox eyeing a huge weekend, including with leading change, lightly raced in the Travers. He will send out the likely favorite in today's Skidmore, Titan Ready. He is quick. He's still a maiden trying to get that first win, switching to grass. History-making trainer Cherie DeVoe, can she keep this incredible campaign going with her Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo, trying to likely lock up 3-year-old championship honors with a win in Saturday's DraftKings Travers. We'll meet the Preakness winner Napoleon Solo for the first time, as we have though 2 horses who swept this year's Triple Crown meeting for the very first time in Saturday action. Good to have you with us. 9 minutes away from the opener on this Thursday card here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Greg Wolf alongside one of the winningest trainers in horse racing history. That's Tom Amis, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and that feature to come later today in the Skidmore, Brad Cox, a maiden who's never been on grass, but the horse to beat.
Well, maybe the horse to beat in the public's eye, but of course he's never been on grass. The pedigree doesn't really shout grass, and has actually run against another horse in this race that beat her, and so I think there's some questions to be answered.
There are always questions to be answered in those situations, especially when they haven't been on the surface.
That is Titan Ready, still to come later this afternoon. Big turf work, apparently, with an older, experienced turf filly from the
Right, it wasn't a European, I think. You know, it's an interesting situation. That horse has a gigantic turf pedigree. It's the Shakespeare family. It's that Lee Sherrill family. They're all turf horses. This horse sold for only $12,000 originally. Now, I have no idea what they paid for her, but after the last race, they paid a lot, would be my guess. Or him, I should say. And it feels like a bad gamble at a short price. Never been in the surface. Also feels like it might be a very tough horse to beat.
Yeah, I mean, one of 3 maidens in the race. So the horse is a maiden, run twice, gotten beaten both times on the synthetic. There is some similarity between synthetic and turf, but you can't make it a checkbox that it's going to work.
Right, this assumption that it's going to work is something that'll get you in trouble, especially at short prices.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're going to kick off action here in just 8 minutes with the opener on the card. The early pick 5 starts there as well. That third race we were touching on, where we'll see Capitol Hill on the turf at a mile. Late pick 5 begins in race 4. That's Skidmore. Race 8 on today's card, 5:14 Eastern start time. Going to kick things off with a New York bred $35,000 maiden claiming group. 3/4 of a mile. Few scratches in here, and we have a 4 to 5 favorite as a result, with belt and suspenders Amelia Green with Flavien Prat. Andy?
Well, with Fun Tough Fun coming out of the race, you don't really have a lot from horses that have run. You never had that much to begin with. And while Belt and Suspenders didn't run great, did think ran okay after breaking slowly, Tom. And I'm not running a window at 4 to 5, as Jonathan would say, but I'm also not playing against.
What you got to like is that this horse showed some finish at the end of the race after not breaking well, as you mentioned, Andy, and maybe a race experience versus a small group of horses that really hasn't shown very much, either in the mornings or they're debuting or in the races they've actually run.
And so often horses like this that got left the first time and they fall back, they have much more speed in their second starts. Not saying this horse will be blazing away, but probably going to be forward.
You could play it all, including this pick 5 to kick off this Thursday card with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. SPA 200, that code to use at sign up. Bet on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today at NairaBets.com. Post Parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Opens up September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. So here's the one we just touched on, Prat for Amelia Green.
Yeah, I mean, second-time starter that benefit from the debut, and this scratch down field, how is this not the horse to beat? Though 3 to 5 might not be that enticing a price.
Stablemate making the debut for Amelia Green, Be My Lady.
Yeah, and has a very good gate work in the last workout leading into this race.
Lori's Dream next door debuts with Christopher Elliott.
First-time star that came up here to work after working down at Fair Hill. Not surprisingly, the biggest price in the race.
No, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Here's Cream Puff. Katie Davis, Bruce Brown.
Well, so here's a horse that had an okay start first time out. Only shows 1 work since that race, which was about a month ago.
Behave yourself. My mom's watching today. I want you guys to be in your best behavior.
Oh, okay. Good to have her with us. That's good news.
Get well soon.
3 to 5 favorite here. Belt and suspenders. Always, these 2-year-old races, Tom, you'd love to see experience. We all do. But talent can beat experience. But this one did show some ability here after that slow start.
Yeah, and Andy, what I liked about this race was obviously got compromised at the gate. You said so correctly that horses can tend to improve from their first and second start and the lessons they've learned, specifically the gate. It's not that the trainer's going to have to take them back to the gate, because they've learned how to use the gate, but sometimes they forget first time out, and they just need a reminder. So I look for this horse to break a lot better, and I like the fact this horse showed some finish.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me how these horses that run like this horse did, and we don't know, maybe this horse will be last early in the race, and we're not insisting the horse can be in front, but how frequently they're just so much more professional in their second starts.
So start 2 coming up, and the public has made this one the 3 to 5 favorite here, with Flavien Prat taking over on this filly. Pick 5 pool up and over $300,000. Let's check in with Acacia Clement.
And we'll take a look at the 2 for Amelia Green, beginning with that favorite as Belt and Suspenders is going off for a big warm-up. And as Andy touched on, she did break slowly on debut, but she ran on well, finishing fine to be 3rd that day on debut against similar company. I have no problems with her. She's not the biggest, very fit coming in once again. She is a little bit lighter in her hind end, which I imagine might have had something to do with the slow start. Horses push off from that hind end. So hopefully she's been able to strengthen there a little bit, but I do like the exuberant warm-up that she is getting, and we'll see if she can get out of the gate a bit better. She'll need to from the rail. Interestingly enough, there's only 4 horses left in here, and all are by freshman sires. So Mind Control on the 1, it's Warrior's Charge on the 4, Be My Lady, who is 1 for 4 with limited progeny, but it has had a winner. This one sold at the OBS June sale for the very modest price of $4,000 after working 10 and 2, and it was not an appealing work on the left lead till very late. Not the smoothest moving type. She is a big, good-looking filly. She was a bit of a bad actor back in the paddock, though. She was tough getting the tack on. There's a lot of her, and she seems like she kind of knows how to throw her weight around. I think it was good for Ricardo to take her away from the pony and get her to expend some of that nervous energy out there on the track, though, as she is a first-time starter debuting here. There's a little bit of pedigree. The dam did win a couple times at the age of 2. So we'll see if she is maybe just finding herself in the right spot. Like I said, she's visually appealing. I just wonder if mentally she'll need to start to put things together. The number 6, Cream Puff, is another second-time starter, another one who broke slowly on debut. Was at the back and had no room when trying to tip out, so went back to the rail and yes, was kind of boxed in. I don't know how much run she really had late. I preferred others warming up out there on the track, but she is a horse with some experience by Drain the Clock, who is 3 for 29 with his progeny. A little bit of a slower start for this one, but she is the half-sister to Tough Street, who is stakes place, so there's a little bit of a pedigree there for her to have some ability. So same thing with her, if she can get out of the gate a bit better in her second start and maybe be a little bit quicker using that experience, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 2 minutes away from this opener on the card. Pick 5 pool up and over $400,000 here as we get set to kick off this Thursday card. Wager AI coming up with a play, a daily double, $2 daily double using the heavy favorite and the 4 with the 1, 2, and 4 in race 2.
Well, I think what Wager AI is doing in this play is they're saying, I don't want the 2 favorites, the 3 Wingfoot and the 6 Icehouse, who at least on paper to me look like they almost have to win and probably be 1-2. Wager AI is taking a position against them. They must feel that they're overbet.
And taking a major stand in race 2.
I think it's actually interesting.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it, and obviously with the look on your face, Greg, you don't agree either.
No, I don't. But wow, yeah.
Maybe they were at the Ice House on Putnam Street, and that's how Wager AI made that pick.
Well, they're leaving out all the speed in there, so we'll see what happens.
So 1s for just about everyone here as the 2 to 5 reflects, and our analyst picks up there as well.
You want someone else, Greg? Just to be like the naysayer here?
Yeah, I'll take the 6 Cream Puff.
Especially at 2 to 5. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a function of 2 things, Tom. There's 2 firsters, right? Obviously a 4-horse field. There's 2 firsters, one of whom is taking no money. And the other one's just sort of getting bet because it's a 4-horse field. It's almost like people are probably looking at it like a match race, right? A little bit. And they're saying, I don't want the firsters, and this horse is just overwhelmingly likely to beat the 6. I don't want to bet this horse at 2 to 5. I don't think you or Acacia would bet this horse at 2 to 5. I just don't want to bet against.
This is no star by any means. Even against this field, this is no star.
No, I agree.
So, you mentioned that the 1 and the 4 both are trained by Amelia Green. And so Amelia Green, when she is making arrangements for riders on these horses and is calling agents to get them to ride, she is going to put the best rider on the best horse, in my opinion. So with Pratt on the 1, I think she's making a statement that she likes the 1 much better than the 7 to 2, 4 horse here.
But look, Andy, with Cream Puff, the 6, at least this horse took some money in a similar race, in that same race as the 1, had a bit of an excuse. Why can't things go better for this one today?
I mean, it broke a length slow also. And the other thing is, this horse does, in the debut, had more speed than the 1. So you kind of know if this horse, I mean, you toss the head at the start. These are random events, as you well know, and they're frustrating things. But I don't know that's necessarily a sign the horses want to break. You've got an outside post in this race. And, yeah, I think it's a fair point. This horse could easily be in front in here, which isn't the worst thing to be in a 4-horse field at 7 to 2. 7 to 2 is too big a price.
So I'm going to play, I'll play the role of bet the favorite, beat the favorite, and I'll beat the favorite here.
The 6.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And you're going to bet against the wager.
Yes.
You're going to use the 6 with the 3 and 6 in the second race.
Yes.
So it's
Those would be
Greg
the 2.
Wolf
versus
AI.
6 with 3-6 would be my
I take
role.
Greg Wolf
I
every
respect
time.
Greg, but I got to tell you, I'm not sure I want to take Greg over AI. But listen, have at it.
1 to 2, heavy chalk. Here is Pratt for Amelia Green, and about to load here coming up to kick off a pick 5 pool that has over $550,000 in the pool.
Look for the 4 to show some speed out of the gate off that gate work. That's a fast gate work. Doesn't necessarily suggest a lot more than the fact that the horse is pretty quick early on.
Yeah, and the other thing about this race is the break is important because both the 1 and 6 didn't break. And either one of them, particularly the 1, doesn't break today. That's a problem when you've got a horse at 1 to 2 especially.
First live action here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday card from Saratoga. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, take it away.
Thank you so much. Here's Lori's Dream coming up. And Cream Puff to the outside. Cream Puff going in. Right up to the gate. All in. And they're off. And it's Cream Puff, who's quick out of the gate. Opens up 3 lengths already. With Be My Lady and Lori's Dream right together. Belt and Suspenders at the back. 5 lengths off Cream Puff, who clears over to lead the way. And it is Cream Puff leading by 1.5 lengths. Be My Lady is racing in second through an opening quarter mile. Another length back, Lori's Dream in third. The quarter went in 23 and 1. Belt and Suspenders asked to pick it up and does so on the inside, taking that third spot. Around the far turn, and it is Cream Puff leading the way, 3/4 of a length. Be My Lady on the outside second. Belt and Suspenders getting closer. Gets a clear shot by angling wide, though. Belt and Suspenders went very wide into the stretch as they come to the 8th pole. And it is Cream Puff with a 2-length lead. Belt and Suspenders bearing down in the center now. And in between, Be My Lady coming to the 16th pole. Cream Puff, the lead diminishing. Belt and Suspenders and Be My Lady in between. Cream Puff or Belt and Suspenders. Be My Lady too. Here it is. Photo finish. That is too close to call. Be My Lady between Belt and Suspenders and Cream Puff. Can't get much more exciting than that one.
Well, we know Cream Puff got caught. Was it the 4 or the 1?
Sure look like the 1
Well,
to
that
me.
ain't helping us. Yeah, I don't know what that angle means, if we can get an actual angle of the race. Man, I just watched the slow-mo on the other angle. This one is tough.
So we can say safely that Amelia Green won the race.
Slow it down. No, I'm not certain of this, Tom, believe it or
Well,
not.
doesn't she train both the 1 and the 4?
Looks
Yeah,
like
but the
one from that angle. What would you think?
I like the one.
Ooh, that is tough.
I'm telling you guys, that was a tough one because they were all in a different. They weren't synced at all. You know what I mean? And it wasn't.
The 6 gets a great bob.
Yeah, the 6 got it. I told you that. The 6 got a crazy bob here.
Because he's behind both of them at one point.
I think the 1 got it, but the 6 got a very big bob at the end.
They just showed it
I
to the
think
crowd.
the 4 might,
everybody gave an ooh.
The 4
after
might be
that.
3rd here, which is kind of amazing. And I don't even. That is wild.
I still like the 1.
I tell you what, it certainly made a. Yeah, this is good.
Oh my goodness.
Could be a heater. Greg and AI could have dead heated. That'd be a big moment. I tell you what, it was the most interesting, exciting 4-horse field
Yeah.
I think we've seen in quite a while.
Whenever I get an angle that's not exactly on the wire and it's a little bit behind the wire, I always give a little advantage to the outside horse, just looking at the finish line.
Cream
Man.
Puff obviously broke much better, tried to do it on the front end, and this could be a heartbreaker if she did not seal this deal.
Crazy turning for home. The 1 horse who was making the big run.
He didn't split.
Why he didn't go inside the stablemate, the 4. All he has to do is Prattle just tell Ricardo where he is, and Ricardo's going to help him out. But he decided to go around everybody and definitely cost him a little bit at the finish.
It won't matter if he wins. No, but I agree with you. We were all surprised, right? I think we all thought that he'd sort of get between them and split because there was room and stuff, but maybe, I
It's
don't
just
know.
taking too long.
Well, it's also hard because all 3 of them are involved. It's not a bang-bang
Yeah.
2 horses, you know what I mean? Well, I'll tell you what, this made
Taking too long,
a
taking too long
unexciting
usually
race
means
on paper
DH.
a lot more exciting than you would have expected.
And again, look, I initially made the comment, and I was maybe just trying to make myself feel better that Cream Puff lost this race. But again, absolute best of the bob to Cream Puff.
Yeah, I'm
not out of the mix by any stretch here.
How about a 3-horse dead heat? That would be a fun way to start the day. It's not the case, but yeah, I mean, wild. They're even showing the 4 now, so they're suggesting that anyone could have won this race, and I'm not sure. I mean,
Here we go. Track announcement from Frank Miramati.
feels like the 1 or 6. I don't even know.
And it is the 1 posted. 1 dead heat for second between
they're
the
saying?
4 and 6. So
Dead
the
heat for
1 your
second.
winner, dead heat for second between the 4 and 6.
I got to tell you, I don't know about you, Tom, but that is absolutely the closest I've ever seen to a triple dead heat.
Yeah, you know what? That's funny you say that. It was very, very close at
1944
that.
Carter all over again.
That was there was one for show in a quarter horse race recently,
Did you just
right?
call the 19 what?
44.
Now that's
Frank called
that's
that.
old school.
Frank actually called that race. There was a quarter horse. We showed it, right? We showed the triple dead heat in a quarter horse race recently. But wow, man, I tell you what, that's winning like a 2 to 5 shot should, huh?
Belt and suspenders, the victory, and the only horse in the field, by the way, claimed as well.
She was a
it
cinch.
gets-
She was a cinch. I don't even know why we're even. I'm kidding.
And we should have gone with our gut instinct. We felt the 1-1. It was
That's
not
what
even
happened
close.
when you took on AI, Greg. AI beat you, but they really didn't. No. If you bet the 7, bet the 6. Wow.
You know, as a trainer,
feel for either of
as
these
a
two.
trainer, if it hadn't gone the right way, it would have been a moment of frustration as you met the rider when they come back. For some trainers, I don't know.
Not you.
Not
Yeah,
me.
No.
No, never.
I'm going to take a shot and say Amelia is nicer to jockeys than you and I are. It's just a stab.
Do not put me in the Andy Sterling category of how you are to riders.
I haven't made any riders
Please.
cry in like 30 years. Can you say the
Tom,
same thing, Tom?
Hold on a minute, Tom. I would say Andy is nicer to riders
Whoa,
than you have
whoa,
been throughout
that's
your
so
career.
wrong.
I've seen you
It
in
is so
action.
true.
Look, a month of hard work every single morning to get messed up in a 2-minute race can be frustrating for any trainer.
As Mick Jagger said, make a grown man cry.
That was an incredibly tight finish. All 3 right there at the wire. The 1, the 4, the 6, and it's belt and suspenders barely on the outside. Pratt for Amelia Green in start number 2 to graduate.
Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo faces Kentucky Derby runner-up and Jim Dandy winner Renegade in the DraftKings Travers.
Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack.
Golden Tempo meets Renegade for the third time this year. The DraftKings Travers on Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. 3-horse photo to kick off our Thursday card, and it's the one on the outside. Belt and Suspenders, start number 2, and Flavien Prat, back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider, just up for the win with a dead heat between the 4 and the 6 for second. And somehow, Cream Puff not able to last on the front end. Tough beat for both the 4 and 6.
That's wild. That's the photo for the win right there. The dead heat's right behind it. There's a new photo for that one as well to make sure that it was.
That was the most exciting 4-horse field
And
ever.
It actually was. Well done by you two, collecting 96 cents too on your wager.
No. It's my first winner in a while. I take what I can get.
Let's go to Acacia.
And very happy to be here with Joe Vesey from Lucky Hat Racing. As maybe you guys were excited watching it, but I don't know if anybody was quite as excited as Joe when they posted the photo. They made you sweat a bit for a maiden claiming race.
Maiden claimer, and we were just, oh my God, will you come on? And to put it up. They were like 45 seconds to put it up after they said, and the photo results. But we got it there, so it was very nice. We were looking for a triple dead heat there at some point. Very nice race.
Nice, and they made it exciting. Like I said, maybe just a maiden claiming race. You won, you got claimed with Belt and Suspenders. Just seemed like the right spot to get the victory.
Yeah, she was running with her friends. Yeah, so it's tough. It's always tough to lose them. But we were. She was where she's supposed to be. So.
As you were telling me, this is your third winner this summer up in Saratoga. And Lucky Hat, I know right from the beginning with Amelia, has been a big supporter and has had a lot of success. It seems like a really good team. Yeah,
but she's just been aces for us. We're just so happy with everything that she does. Amanda Gilman gets our horses for us, and it's just been working out very well. You know, On Command was our first stakes, everything, and we just keep on building. It's wonderful.
We love to see it. Congratulations on another winner.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Nothing like being in that coveted winner's circle at Saratoga, and in a thriller as well to kick off this card. In an opening race, a few scratches out of here. Didn't seem like much of a race. That was a lot of fun to kick off the day.
It was exciting. I mean, listen, horse racing, you never know horse racing is going to be exciting. That was fun.
Race 2, 6 furlongs, $20,000 maiden claiming event. We're going to have a couple of heavy favorites in here right now. We expect Ice House to be that heavy favorite, but Wingfoot going to take support as well for Linda Rice.
A couple of horses that are going to be, towards the front end early in the race. And for Ice House, first time gelding, got blinkers on last time, dropping big in class. I think he's going to show the way from the outside early.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not going to be the 3-5 and 7-2. I thought they'd be closer than that. But I would imagine, I'll take a look at doubles, that Ice House is going to be. Yeah, Ice House is only a slight favorite, though, over Wingfoot in the double.
Okay.
Not significant.
We'll have more of the field. We'll get a look at them as well when we come back. And the reigning leader of the division trying to lock up a championship. Derby, Belmont. Can Golden Tempo out of the Travers? Napoleon Solo? Can the Preakness winner answer in the first meeting?
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Good as gold in the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo looks to extend his dominance in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday, August 29th at Saratoga. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at Naira.com/Travers.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Why would David make the line?
Fox Saratoga Saturday, Travers Saturday, coming up 5 Eastern this weekend. Our program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're 13 minutes to post here in race 2.
Yeah, and
Flame's getting closer now. He switched outside. The field turns for home with Quality Road to catch. Top of the stretch. Quality Road leads by a length and a half. Musket Man is second. Here comes Blame with that stretch run of his on the outside. Blame is coming hard at Quality Road. Quality Road is digging down deep. Blame is coming at him with a menacing run. Quality Road and Blame, a photo finish that Blame got.
What a Whitney and Blame. went on to have a pretty good finish to the season.
Yeah, he obviously was the real horse of the year that year with his win in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And I thought it was an amazing achievement, Tom, because he managed to beat Quality. He beat Quality Road, who was a tremendous horse coming off a Met Mile win, who was controlling the pace at a fairly moderate pace.
He was. He was. And for Blame that came outside and caught him at the wire, it was like his. I think he came into that race with like 4 graded stakes wins in a row, including the Stephen Foster. It was a preview of the thing to come with the Breeders' Cup Classic, which was held at Churchill, and he met none other than Zenyatta, and they went to the wire in a huge battle. Garrett Gomez riding Blame that day, and riding Blame in what we just saw.
Blame had a big win streak, which I think it may have started with the Curlin here as a 3-year-old. And then won the Super Derby, I want to say, and a bunch of races, and obviously you said the Foster as well. He was really a nemesis for Todd Fletcher.
Were you there under the lights for that showdown?
I was there. And when they hit the line together and they put up Blame's number, you could hear the crowd. And when those two horses came back, when Blame came back, the crowd actually booed. And when Zenyatta came back, having been beat, the crowd cheered for her.
Why couldn't they cheer for both of them?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I get cheering for Zenyatta.
I think at that point, I think at that point, the crowd was so determined to see her win.
Incredibly popular.
I used to tease Al Stahl, who's the trainer of Blame. I said, one day they're going to make a movie about this, and you're going to be the villain in this movie.
You know what? He's okay with that. Yeah. he would definitely like getting the trophy and the money for winning that race, and he's happy to be the villain.
Let's go Travers by the numbers, named after William Travers, one of the key founders of this racetrack, and had the first ever Travers winner. We all remember this jaw-dropping Arrogate's performance. 13.5 length win, quickest ever. It was a track record. 22 lengths, though, the largest margin of victory. That was Damascus, although most of the top 3-year-olds, including Dr. Fager, stayed away that year. Trainer Bert Mulholland, the most with 5, won it back-to-back, including with Jaipur, who outdueled Rydan. They went around the racetrack together, neck and neck, in a thriller. 3 owners have won it 5 times, including Rokeby Stable. Javier Castellano, chance to make it 8 with the Puma coming up on Saturday. That dead heat, Golden Ticket was only in the race because 2 other races did not fill, and Ken McPeak took a shot. It worked out at 33-1. Dramatic upset, yeah, Keen Ice beating the Triple Crown winner American Pharoah back in 2015. Arrogate able to run down California Chrome in that Breeders' Cup Classic, the only Travers winner to do that. 15 named champion 3-year-old, including Sovereignty last year, and 9 named Horse of the Year. Here's a chance. Could happen again this year. We'll see how it plays out. 26 enshrined across the street in the Hall of Fame, including that 1902 and 1903 Horse of the Year. A 9-race win streak at one point. Very small horse who carried over 130 pounds several times in his career. This year's edition of the DraftKings Travers, of course, we start with the leader of this division, the Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner, who did have to pass on the prep in the Jim Dandy, Tom, and now will come into the Travers off a 12-week layoff.
12-week layoff, and that could be significant, meeting some horses that have really come into their own. We're going to watch the Belmont right here, Andy, and Golden Tempo and Renegade are going to come to the top of the stretch together. Golden Tempo is going to show who's best finishing up this day, just as he did in the Kentucky Derby against Renegade. But Irad Ortiz, who is unfortunately out due to injury and we were replaced by Tyler Gaffalione, Irad said, maybe I had this horse a little too close in the Belmont because when he came back in his next start from well back, he sure showed a devastating kick.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. But I think we know that Golden Tempo relishes the 1.25 miles. I'm not saying that Renegade's not an okay horse 1.25 miles, but I'm still not convinced he is a little bit better going shorter. I'm going to bet against them because I think this is such a wide open race that I don't want to take the favorites, but I also do believe that Golden Tempo's the horse to beat.
Back-to-back wins, yeah, at this 1.25 miles, a Derby, a Belmont, one of those coming here at Saratoga as well, so we know he likes this racetrack as well. This horse continues to surprise us. We'll see if he can again.
I want to ask Tom a quick question. Arcangelo won it off the same layoff, but that was intentional. Jen Antonucci wanted to come. Does that come into play at all, the fact that Cherie had wanted to run the Jim Dandy? And obviously she wouldn't be running here if he wasn't training well, and we trust her implicitly. But do you think that's a difference, or it doesn't really matter that much?
Well, so the reason that she didn't get to run is because Golden Tempo had a little bit of a temperature. And so he missed some time. As a trainer, if you're going to miss time between races, you want it to be far out from the race so you can adjust your training schedule for that. Because it happened so far out from this race, end of June, I believe, she had so much time to prepare him and get him ready. You can tweak your training, and I think she's going to be just fine. He'll be just fine with her.
All right, so we have the question up on the board. Can Renegade turn the tables in here? Off what you saw in the gym, Dandy obviously got to deal with a new pilot. But do you believe Renegade is now a better version of what we saw going into that Kentucky Derby matchup?
Well, there's a reason they call it the Midsummer Derby, because these horses are still improving and getting to know their way. I think Renegade can easily turn the table based on his last race and the way he ran. You just have to be patient on him, patient to a point of having ice water in your veins, and Tyler Gaffalione has to do that on Renegade and be willing to sit back and make that late run. Look, at the beginning of this race, Renegade was in a different zip code from the rest of the field, but his run was huge.
He was so confident. Here's my problem with that. First of all, I don't think he ran better. I think he ran pretty much the same kind of race he ran in the Saratoga Derby. He's a good horse, but I don't think he really improved, at least to me. But also, he's playing the same game as Golden Tempo. And so far, Golden Tempo's shown that he's better at that game.
That's fair.
What a lineup on Travers Day, the big one, and then stars in every single race you're going to see, including the Pride of New Jersey, looking to go back-to-back in the Forgo. Bookham Dano, who Derek Ryan says is coming in off a monster workout and is ready to roll.
I mean, horses like Bookham Dano, Ways and Means, it's going to perform that day as well. They are not only talented horses, but they understand the game. When you've got a really good horse that understands the game, they are tough every time they run.
Andy, outside of the Travers, what horse are you most looking forward to see on Saturday?
I'm looking forward to seeing Ways. I'm obviously a big fan of hers as well, but that's a good question. Probably Ways, seeing her run.
All right, Tom, pick 4 starts here. And this is how you're going to put it together.
AI disagrees with you. I just want to know, AI and Tom
well
are coming to blows here.
So I'm going to take the 2 favorites in here. I think they'll both be forward. I think Icehouse is going to make the lead out of the gate. I guess I like him best of all of the 2 that I picked, the 3 and the 6. But I'm going to spread out in the rest of the legs. Look, I'm looking for something to come across the line and be more than 5 or 6 to 1 to make this ticket worthwhile. $45. Excuse me, $36.
By the way, that went for Pratt in the opener, number 50 of the meet for him this summer. Here's our post-parade Royal Merit to kick it off for the Mike Deeney barn.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Merit's had some chances. I will say the race 4 back at Monmouth actually gives him a little bit of a chance.
Next door at 7-2, Loch Curran.
Yeah, had some decent races, but 13 tries to break your maiden and all in the claiming or for sale ranks. I'm going to move elsewhere.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano with a favorite here in Wingfoot.
Probably sitting second in this race for owner Roddy Valenti. I think is a big-time player and likely to be second choice by post.
Bootsy's a rascal. This will be the 10th try to get that first win.
Yeah, a horse that's been showing a little bit of speed out of the gate as well.
At least there's the drop in class with Bold Scholar.
And he also has incredible upside.
Okay, 14-1.
Well, I'm not sure how much downside he has.
Ice House. We expect this one to be the favorite here. New Gelding, first time in for a tag.
First time in for a tag and has been showing speed at a higher level. I think against these, you look for Ice House from that outside post to make the lead, control the tempo of the race. It should save a lot for the finish for him.
He's also, in his 2 dirt races, he never took any money in those races. The only race he got bet on was his turf race. So it's not like he's lost races that he was supposed to win. And with the drop down, been gelded, I believe he's the favorite ultimately. I agree with his speed and the horse to beat.
This one currently, though, the 3 for Linda Rice. Favored coming off that second beat 2 lengths, had the lead on the stretch and got run down at Ellis last time. That was first off the claim, claimed out of one of those Kentucky claims for Linda Rice. Tried Ellis, now we'll try Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, he can't sustain the run here that he has on the lead. He's going to get beat, and it was just a nose back to third, which tells me, hey, this isn't a group that is going to move forward off of that race. So I think a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, well, the one thing I'd say also, if you're going to say it about the 6, you should say it about him. He was 7-1 this day. So he didn't lose a race he was supposed to win. I think there was some trepidation last time because people were a little bit concerned with claiming a horse away from Will Walden, who wins at a high percentage. Linda showed in that last race the horse ran as well, if not better, for her.
And just as we say that now, favoritism does shift to the one who was the morning line favorite and 3-5 odds-on morning line favorite. The 6 Ice House on the outside here, George Weaver. Manny Franco, this will be the first start since June and the first start in again for a claiming tag as we check in with Acacia.
And starting there with Ice House to the outside, I do think it's key because he is dropping in class for the first time. So facing this level of company for the first time, and sometimes you just really see the difference in the way a horse is put together when they're facing softer foes, and that's very much the case with Ice House, he's a horse that's always been quite sharp prior to his races, so I think that the gelding will help to keep him settled, and he is much calmer out there on the track. In fact, previously, at least 2 back on the turf, he had a warm-up where he was trying to throw his head around and run off and run away from his rider. So they've been keeping him a little bit more settled out there on the track now with the gelding, second time with the blinkers on. He's a horse that I just think is going to find himself in the right spot, and he showed speed last time, setting the pace before fading. So dropping class coupled with that gelding, to me, he's the horse that I would want in this spot, and he arguably just looks best. Now looking at the horse that's going back and forth for favoritism, the 3 Wingfoot, second off the claim for Linda Rice. He was chasing last time, took over the lead and got run down late. He really just held second in that most recent effort, but he ran fine. He ran a comparable figure to what he did 2 starts back for previous connections as well. He is a big imposing horse, and he was pretty sharp coming into the paddock, but has settled since getting the tack on and having a pretty quiet warm-up out there with the pony as well under Jose Lascano. A horse that I do think can put himself into the race early on, but probably will be sitting just behind the pace setters. My biggest concern is how he just wasn't able to seal the deal when being well placed last time out. We'll touch on the number 1 Royal Merit, as he is a new face coming in from Monmouth for Mike Deeney. And the race that he was in last time out, second place finisher, did come back to win in his subsequent start, improving his Beyer speed figure by 12 points. One thing I noticed about this guy in his race last time out is that he was running on outside and getting out a little bit. He was giving his rider a little bit of trouble in there. Kendrick Carmouche took him right away from the pony, and he got much sharper out on the track in a big warm-up. No sort of aggressive equipment or anything for him out there on the track, but I do think the fact that Kendrick is really kind of lighting the fire under him, so to speak, is a positive, and see if he can keep a straight course, because he does have some tactical speed. He too, though, needs to show that he can seal the deal, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Pick 4 starts here. You saw Tom's ticket, $115,000 in the pool. The 3, the 6, as we expected, dominating the wagering. AI wager going at it again here. Wager AI, I should say, with an exacta play. 2 over 6.
Well, they're sticking to their guns here. They are against the 2 horses, and I wish them the best of luck with Left Corain, but I just, look, they understand the mathematics and understand the odds better than me. I don't know how Left Corain is valued at 9-2, but apparently they feel that he is.
Well, with Jose Ortiz in the irons, maybe AI is just saying what everybody else has already seen. Bet Jose, and you'll bring home some money.
If I find out that AI is picking horses because Jose's riding them, I'm going to have a very stern talk with Joe Applebaum.
Well, can I just say that, of course, they're going to take everything into account. They're
no,
AI.
Except, wouldn't you think that from a value perspective, that horses that Jose rides are underlays?
Well, when the odds opened, this horse, the 2, was a lot lower than that. Now
Well, sure,
we're
he's
looking at
always
9-2.
taking early money.
So maybe AI is telling you that, hey, I like these odds.
This horse has had several efforts at the level. Even
I'm not saying I agree with AI.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's interesting. I'll have to ask Joe if they put the jockey into it at all, or they're looking at those types of things.
So there is Jose Ortiz, 64 wins, 4 away from equaling the single season mark set by Ramon Dominguez. See if he can inch closer here.
The
race
3's now favored. Sorry.
Yeah, 6-5 favorite.
Is that a negative on the 6?
Even money now, a little bit. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Old Scholar. Last one to load. Ice House. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Loch Curran along the inside, showing sharp early foot, Wingfoot in between, and Icehouse is not far behind as Wingfoot takes the lead down the backstretch. Bootsy's a Rascal is in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's a pretty big gap to Royal Merit, and Bold Scholar, who was off slowly, is the trailer. They passed the half-mile pole, and it is Wingfoot showing the way. Has it by 2.5 lengths. The quarter went in 22 seconds flat, widening now to be in front by 3. Icehouse is a clear second. 1.5 lengths back. Loch Curran along the inside of Bootsy's a Rascal. These 4 are well clear with 1/4 mile to go. It's Jose Lezcano and Wingfoot cruising along thus far. Ask the question as they come toward the 8th pole. Leading it by 3 lengths. Icehouse on the outside is battling with Loch Curran, who's trying to rally along the rail. Coming to the 16th pole, and Wingfoot clear by 4, and no one's catching Wingfoot today. It's all Wingfoot. Wingfoot pouring it on through the stretch to win by 6 lengths. Loch Curran was second. Icehouse third. Bootsy's a Rascal fourth.
Wingfoot with the win. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice. Linda Rice, 27th win of the meet. 3 back at Chad Brown.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, they're just taking a look at Wingfoot right here. I mean, I think he put that drive about 350 yards out from off the tee. That was just quick out of the gate, and those fractions were extremely fast. You want to talk about running horses off their feet. That's what Wingfoot did with a half mile in a very, very fast 45 and change. And we're talking about maiden $20,000 horses. I didn't see that coming.
No, but the bettors did, or whoever was directing the board. They knew that this horse was going to win, and they knew the 6 wasn't. And I think it's more about knowing the 6 wasn't going to win, because you could not have predicted the 6 wouldn't be in front early. You could never have predicted. I mean, I think the morning line was a little bit extreme, but I don't think anybody thought the 6 wouldn't be favored, and was favored in the doubles. Yet not only, and he was favored with a minute or 2 to go, all of the late money came in on the winner. I mean, he went from 3 to 2, I think, or 8 to 5 to 6 to 5 to even money to 4 to 5. They knew.
And in terms of Icehouse and his speed early, he didn't break great. He broke outward in a bit of a tangle, and he lost any advantage he would have had right out of the gate. Gave Wingfoot that big lead early, and Wingfoot just kept going.
He was
Tom
never winning this race.
Brought up the legendary Winged Foot in Mamaroneck, who I'm sure Tom prefers the East course, not quite as lengthy as that West course.
I prefer any course that's not lengthy.
They have one with a windmill there. I can go play.
Going back to our driving contest.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna bring that up again?
Did Greg beat you?
I don't remember.
Drove him by
Greg, do you remember?
mile.
Humiliated him, it sounds like to me.
By a country mile.
Were there any tears?
3-2, 6-4 finish. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice to kick off this early pick for you. Public all over this one with Wingfoot the 4 to 5 favorite. Prices when we come back on Military Appreciation Day from Saratoga, as we honor those made the incredible sacrifice to serve our country. Free admission. And a big, big thank you to everyone that has put on a uniform. We'll be back.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
Back at our Fox Sports 2 coverage and Military Appreciation Day, there is 100-year-old World War II veteran Pete McDonald. This happened, of course, just a few moments ago here at the racetrack. And always a special day here at Saratoga.
My dad served in World War II in the Navy, in the Pacific. And I can tell you, they don't make them like that anymore. The country called upon the young men of the United States, and every one of them stepped forward for the country.
Get back to live action here momentarily. You're about 23 minutes away from the third coming up on this Thursday card. Wingfoot taking race number 2, and Andy, the public was all over this at 4 to 5.
Wow. I mean, there are times you say they knew and they didn't know. Man, they knew here. And I really think it was more about betting against the 6 than betting on the 3. And being that it was essentially on paper a 2-horse race, if you're against the 6, it made the 3 1 to 5 to win the race.
27th win of this Saratoga summer season for Linda Rice. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Linda Rice as Wingfoot gets the victory here, second off the claim, Linda, and showed a lot of speed today. Was that the game plan?
I thought we'd be laying second, maybe even third, but Jose Lascano, he broke sharp, and he just decided to go right on with it.
What was it about this horse that caught your eye? He ran very well last time out, and it seemed the change of tactics really made a difference today.
Yeah, I liked his pedigree, and Roddy Valente and I are both, we're always shopping pedigrees and young horses, and we see things the same way a lot, and so it worked out.
Talking about young horses, you have a 2-year-old coming up in race 7. Wanted to ask about Cyber Tapping. Cyberknife debuting, training down at Belmont. What have you seen from that debuter?
He's trained very well since he arrived from Hartley Dorenzo, Randy and Dean's place, and I really like him. He may need more distance, but he's ready to get started. Really the way he trains, you'd think he'd want to go a mile, but we've got to get started somewhere.
Looking forward to seeing him, but congratulations on another win here.
Thanks, Mike. Acacia.
Oh, no, Craig.
So interesting, first time starter to come later, and Linda probably rooting, maybe the only one, for a little bit of rain today, as she has a couple of, excuse you, Tom, couple of main track only entrants that are big contenders later today.
Well, Linda's always ready with MTOs. She's not winning races off the turf by accident. She's just in there. And even days when there's no rain in the forecast, Linda's putting MTOs in, so she's ready for it. And she's not getting lucky, she's prepared.
It's an aspect of her game, entering horses. There's no penalty for entering a horse main track only if the race doesn't go to the main track. But the prize at the end, if it does, is significant.
Race 3, mile inner turf allowance optional claiming field. We talked about Capitol Hill at the top of the show here, coming out of the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Graded stakes placed 3 starts prior in the poker. 2 to 1 right now, but it's Yinzer who opens up as the favorite off back-to-back crossing the wire first finishes. Got DQ'd out of that race at Fairgrounds 2 back.
Of the 3 horses that are going to take money, the 3, 5, and 6, I would be against Yinzer. Yinzer's probably going to get clear of Bonus Move, though if I'm John Velasquez, I wouldn't be so eager to let that horse go, because Bonus Move could only win this race in the front end. And I feel like he's a little dressed up, and Capitol Hill is a better horse, and General Partner's an interesting sort of wild card.
All right, we'll step aside for a break. We're going to have a special edition of Riders Up with our military members when we come back on Military Appreciation Day from Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Kankura or Portfolio Duration. Portfolio Duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. South Cordovis will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, just across the street from this historic racetrack, the Racing Museum and a Hall of Fame. This year's class, popular one, including the late Christophe Clement, long overdue.
Yes, agreed. John Sheriff's as well getting in there. Gulch, one of my favorites, getting in, Kona Gold, but obviously it's about the people this year.
Indeed. Race 3 we'll have coming up in just a little bit. Mile over the inner turf, Capitol Hill, Yinzer, general partner, 3 big contender. I thought Pierre was a major player in here as well. Let's look ahead, though, to the Skidmore coming up, our feature with these 2-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs on the grass. We talked top of the show about Titan Ready, speed, but only 2 starts on synthetic so far. Not yet one, Tom. Stakes placed, though, and now gets turf for the first time.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is actually a mixture of horses of both girls and boys. It's you can enter here if you want, but you know, if you're a girl, you should have maybe thought about the race yesterday, which is the full brother to this in the Bolton Landing.
Tough on paper.
Yeah, but there are 2 or 3 fillies in this race running against the boys.
You'll see it a lot with 2-year-olds early, I think. You know, Wesley Ward's certainly done it a lot. This horse is similar to the Mark Casse horse, whose name escapes me, that was favored in the Smart and Fancy, who had run a huge race in synthetic. Now, that horse has run the turf and not run as well. Now, she bled in the Smart and Fancy, which is probably why she ran poorly, but it's a similar situation where you're going to take a short price on a horse that clearly has talent. You just don't know if she has it on the surface.
Meanwhile, River of Deceit, another intriguing runner here for trainer Tom Morley. Tried to get this horse, he said, into a couple of maiden special weights, but the races did not fill. So this horse has been ready to go since July, and they just got to get a race into the horse.
Man, I like this effort, by the way. Behind horses, looking for a seam, turning for home, and ends up having to go around. This is a big, big finish here from a horse that is one of the maidens we have in this race. There's 3 maidens in this race out of the 8 contestants.
I don't blame Tom for running this horse in here. It's possible with the other maiden races might be as tough, if not tougher. Might not get in, might get rained off. Why not take a shot? I don't love the way this horse finished, though. Kind of got there and then just didn't seal the deal. But the winner came back and ran poorly, but this third horse came back and improved off that race.
Has said eventually farther he thinks will be better for this horse.
I'm hoping that race was one that moves him forward in fitness as well. The only start there.
I have a goofy idea in there. I'm betting American Pope, who I did not think got the best of rides in the one turf race and picks up John Velasquez, looking for a price.
Well, wasn't American Pope the one that beat Titan Ready in their first start when they met each other? So, I mean, if you like Titan Ready, how do you not like American Pope?
Yeah. Wow. I wonder what they paid for Titan Ready.
Was wow meaning that I showed you something in handicapping that you didn't know about?
You did. You pointed something out I hadn't noticed.
I'll be. Did I get a little bit of that?
Amazing
thanks,
moment
man.
for you.
George Weaver, major
Colleen
player
might talk to you
too,
tonight.
who they wanted grass for Wood Island, came off the grass, won that race anyway, but George Weaver says this one's much better on turf.
Yeah, no, that's what he said in the interview with Maggie after the race, talking about it. And, you know, the thing that's interesting about him is that he will take maybe a little less money because he's coming off such a slow maiden win, and now he's at least running the surface he's supposed to be running on.
But something that probably shouldn't even factor in, right?
I wouldn't factor it in. Yeah. I think if anything, it makes your price better. It makes the horse a sexier horse to bet on the race.
And here it is. It was July 31st, and wound up keeping this horse in. Went off at 1-2.
Yeah, look, this horse finishes up very nicely. It's a 4-horse field. You can get tricked by those a lot of times, but if this horse shows this kind of kick on the turf, and it is George Weaver who does very well on the turf, this horse will be a factor from that outside post.
Yeah, no, he's a real wild card in this race, because the Jackie's Warriors so far have had success in the turf. It's the surface he wanted to run on. George is so good with 2-year-old firsters going short on the turf, especially up here. This is a very, very interesting horse. I like this race, a fun race. Yesterday's was fun, and I could not have had the winner in a million years. And I'm hoping this day I'm picking somebody to price, and the favorites will run 1-2 probably.
All right, again, that's the feature coming up later today. Race 8, 5:14 Eastern scheduled for. We've moved post times forward, though, a little bit because of some impending weather. Let's go to Acacia for more on race 3.
And we'll start things off with one of the favorites on the board right now, Capitol Hill, coming out of several graded stakes tries. And while, yes, he was off slow in the grade 1 4-star Dave and really didn't do any running, the race was dominated on the front end last time out. Thought that he actually ran a little bit too back in the Kelso, coming from off of it in a race that was also dominated on the front end. And then obviously finished very well behind his stablemate in the Poker. So he has some ability. I do think that he is a horse that if you want to try and beat him, this might be an interesting place to do so with some alternatives, especially because he is such a closer. He is one that just doesn't really break that sharply ever. It kind of plops out of the gate and tries to come from off of it. But he's always a very solid individual, very much the case once again as he gets a little bit of class relief after 3 consecutive graded stakes tries. I think he's the horse to beat. I think going back into a spot that maybe might get his confidence back up after facing some much tougher in the division. But always once they put the tack on, he kind of perks up, and seeing that with him here as well. The number 6 General Partner, very intriguing, returning off the layoff. They're going to saddle him in the shed row accompanied by an outrider pony, as typically he was a horse that always was really on the muscle prior to his races. And though he has been gelded before coming back for his first start since September, he's still quite sharp here in the paddock as you see him kind of jig-jogging around and looking like they're actually going to do him on the walk in the shed row here, which again, not out of character for him. Just would have liked to maybe see him a bit more settled when coming back as a gelding and off the layoff. But sometimes when you geld horses when they're older, it doesn't make a ton of difference in their little quirks or idiosyncrasies. But he does look very fit and strong, making his first start since September. So it's been 11 plus months since he has seen the racetrack. Always been a good looking individual, ran very well in the Champagne as a 2-year-old. And while his one turf race was at Kentucky Downs, I thought he got a little bit lost that day. I like him sticking on the turf, Greg, and think that he is a very intriguing returning face in here.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Well, the post parade, when we come back, we're going to take a time out here on our Fox Sports 2 Saratoga Live coverage. 9-5 favorite Yinzer looking to go back-to-back for Steve Asmussen.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. We're 8 minutes to post here in race 3. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's third race is our annual Military Appreciation Day race at Saratoga Racecourse to honor all active duty service members and veterans of the United States Armed Forces. Please turn your attention to the video boards and television monitors, as we have some very special guests who are standing by in the paddock for the ceremonial call of Riders Up.
On behalf of Naval Support Activities, Saratoga Springs, Riders Up!
Well done. The applause you can hear in the background. Always a great occasion when we have Military Appreciation Day here at Saratoga.
I thought they did a great job. We should bring it back for Travers. You know? We may have had the official team for Riders Up.
That was a 10 out of 10.
Strong Riders Up.
Absolutely nailed it. As we get set for this post-spread, race 3 coming up. John Velasquez with a big pickup mount coming up on Saturday.
Oh, Mullen Solo, right?
Yeah. He'll take over on the Preakness winner, who could be leading the way the entire way.
Well,
he'll be leading the way early, right?
Tough horse to run with. I'll tell you one thing about him. He has never not run well when he's trained well. The races he ran earlier this year that weren't as good were races that he was not training well going into them. Now, this is far and away his toughest task, toughest distance, but, man, you underrate that horse at your own peril.
Your evaluation of the Preakness Stakes and what you predicted would be his performance was really, really good.
Oh, thanks.
I liked it a lot.
I'm good in the Preakness. I suck in the Derby.
And look, that ride, obviously, in the Haskell, you can make the argument that's what got him beat.
You mean not riding his horse and riding another horse in the race? Yeah, I don't quite understand that, but not surprising given the constituents. But he's just a good horse. I mean, his Champagne, this is one thing we've all agreed on. His Champagne last year was the best performance by a 2-year-old. He ran your maiden. he like ended your horses like just broke his heart.
No one was going to beat him that day. I don't care who was in the race. I mean, maybe Pegasus, but that's the only way Napoleon Solo would have gotten beaten the Champagne.
That was, grade 1 Champagne win. It was sensational. We showed it live on our air. Here's our post-parade race 3. Bonus move to kick things off with John Velasquez for Mark Henning.
It'll be interesting to see. Is Johnny going to back down and let Yinzer go? Is he going to go to the front with a horse that kind of needs the lead to win going long?
I thought this one had a big chance. 6-1 on Pierre.
Yeah, 6-1 on Pierre. Won his last 2. The only horse in this race that you can buy out of the race for $110K.
Here's Capitol Hill coming out of the grade 1 4-star Dave.
I think he's going to take a ton of beating. His races 2-back and 3-back were exceptional. And just got caught in a killer field last time with no pace.
Big price on Discreet Dancer.
Yeah, jumping conditions here. This is a horse that's actually eligible for 2X still and is stepping up in class.
Here is Yinzer, Steve Asmussen with the meets leading rider Jose Ortiz.
He's obviously in very good form, winning his last 2, his last off a layoff. In my opinion, this is a much, much tougher group, and I wonder how much pressure the one can put on him.
Last start was the first ever start on turf for General Partner. That was back in September of 25.
Yeah, coming off a year layoff, this is a horse that is now a 5-year-old. So difficult as horses get older to bring them back off a year layoff and have them ready to run first time out the box. But it is on the grass, and of course it is Chad Brown. So if anybody can do it, he can.
It'd be interesting to see where he is placed in this race, right? Because if you ignore his last race, his only turf race, and I don't want to ignore it, but he's a fast horse. I mean, he could actually be in front. But he didn't have that speed in the turf, but did he get kind of lost at Kentucky Downs or not? And I think how he runs not only affects the race and obviously affects how he finishes.
You just don't really have a read on it, right, Tom?
Right.
How he started the race, how he obviously went to the bench out of it as well, if he has that turf speed.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more.
3 minutes to post here in the third starts a mandatory pay pick 5. You can play it right there at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. Get that offer, the $200 deposit match new customer bonus. When you punch in spot 200 at sign up, play with us all summer long and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. So Capitol Hill, slight second choice, despite coming out of, Andy, a grade 1, being graded stakes, placed 3 starts ago as well.
personally, and if you like to bet against horses that I think are going to win or go against me, I think it's crazy that he's not favored over Yinzer. His race when he was second, 3 back, and I think that's what we're looking at, was really, really good because the race was dominating in the front, ran a fast figure, passed the hat, and Zula Kingdom are very good. I thought he ran extremely well on the Kelso because that was a race that was dominated towards the front, but also by horses that saved ground. He was wide behind the pace the entire way. He did not run as well last time, but I also think he fell victim to not only a good field, but a colossally slow pace. I think he gets a more honest pace here and obviously an easier field.
It was a pretty race and a tough one to take a defeat in as he got beat a nose that day, but did a great job of laying back and making a big run at the end there. He wants some pace up front to set up for that late kick.
2 minutes to post here in the third. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at Yinzer, who has been your favorite for most of the time here leading up to this race. And I know he won nicely last time out, but I agree. I really do feel that the 3, Capitol Hill, should be favored, at least as of now. But as far as Yinzer is concerned, he did secure the inside speed last time out in that position off of a layoff. Now, if you look at his race at Fairgrounds 2 back, which was back in November, he was disqualified for drifting. And while he was alone in the stretch last time out, he did lug in a little bit and kind of swapping leads when coming down to the wire. He's one of those horses that is outfitted with a cage bit. Jose Ortiz rode him last time. He's well familiar with him. But keep an eye on him with the way that he runs because he doesn't always keep a straight course. He looks sensational from physically. I have absolutely no problems with him. He's a very attractive individual and strong once again off the back of that win. I will be curious to see how the pace does play out. And again, it's going to be Jose's challenge to make sure that even if there are horses around him, he does keep straight. The number 2, Pierre, I thought was pretty impressive when winning last time out at Woodbine. Off the back of that race, he was entered in the digital sale and purchased for $100,000 and now makes his first start for David Jacobson off that sale. He was pressing 3 wide last time out and Keene without cover, never able to drop in behind and save any ground. And he dug in late, holding off a closing foe. So I thought a really nice effort from him. He was pretty sharp back in the paddock. Once they got the tack on, though, he settled nicely. Very athletic looking individual. I thought he stacks up pretty well with his company. An intriguing new face who's in pretty good form. And like I said, not the smoothest trip for that win last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's the 2. So here's Pierre coming off a win at Woodbine back in June, and since that time, purchased and moving barns.
Purchased for $100,000, and they're willing to let you purchase him again for just $10,000 more, $110,000. He's the only one in this race that is in for the claiming price. This race has a condition that allows you to either run for allowance, but if you can't, you can run for the claiming price. $110K.
I rarely get David Jacobson right. I don't know how exactly you get him right. But, man, I don't know. He bought a horse off Kevin Attard, who won our stake yesterday, and not exactly a guy that's easy to improve on. And this is a tough spot. I'm curious. I've said how I'm against Yinzer. How do you feel about Yinzer, Tom?
I think a lot depends on what the 1 bonus move does. Yinzer makes his living on the lead. That's where he runs his best races. If he can make an easy lead, he's going to have a lot of energy for the end. I think the 1 bonus move could be a thorn in his side, show some speed with him, and maybe, take some gas out of him for the end.
The bonus move has sprint speed, and I don't think that there's a chance on earth he wins this race from behind. Now, I'm not saying he's a big favorite to win in the front end, but aren't you at least supposed to dance to the girl that brought you there in that situation, Tom?
Of course. So, I think that's, you talk about Yinzer, and that to me is the thorn in the side, the 1 horse.
That horse, yes. Inside, as Andy says, turf sprint speed, you would think has to go. John Velasquez on the 1, 14-1, Yinzer with Jose Ortiz. Looked very strong, especially last start gate to wire, but maybe tough doing that today. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call, the 3rd from Saratoga.
Here's Discreet Dancer going in. Yinzer for West Point Thoroughbreds and Partners. And General Partner makes his return. They're in the gate. And they're off to a picture-perfect beginning. Bonus Move is out alertly. Yinzer, though, has plenty of natural speed, and Yinzer is up to take the lead. Bonus Move is second. General Partner a joint third. Racing on the outside of Pierre, who's fourth and about 4 lengths off the pace as the field rounds the first turn. Capitol Hill settles comfortably in fifth, and the distant trailer is Discreet Dancer. Around the first turn, Bonus Move on the inside, and Yinzer neither doing each other any favors through a sharp first quarter that went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. They have put 8 lengths on General Partner, who's by himself in third. It's another 4 back to Pierre, followed by Capitol Hill in this strung out field. Discreet Dancer is trying to get a little bit closer. The half went in 45 and 1. They are moving right along. Bonus Move on the inside, and Yinzer head to head throughout. General Partner within 5 lengths of him now in third, followed by Pierre. Junior Alvarado asking Capitol Hill to get going. He is in fifth, and within 6 lengths of the new leader, Yinzer at the top of the stretch. Bonus Move, General Partner, Pierre storming down the center of the course, and Pierre has come for the lead. Will have to fend off a big bid from Capitol Hill, who is coming with a big late kick. And what a perfect trip for Capitol Hill. Pierre will fight him all the way to the wire. It's going to be close. Photo finish. It's too close to call. They were inseparable at the wire. It's either Capitol Hill or Pierre. That could go either way. It was a block to the rest of them, including Yinzer.
And whoever did win, very quick final time as well. Nose blocked of the two Pierre from the view we had. So unable to see who got the best of this as we take one more look.
Check this out. I mean, Capitol Hill is such a big horse. He's got Pierre completely covered up. It looks like one horse coming to the wire, but that's 2 horses coming to the wire, and they are in sync, even in their stride. My goodness.
I have no idea who won this, but I think the inside did. I guess I have an idea. I think the inside won.
And for Capitol Hill, I mean, he made a charge
with
Pierre. It looked like he was going to go right by him, but
he did go right by him.
Pierre is just game, spots him out of his eye and comes right back on him.
Tough to beat David Jacobson, apparently.
8-1 if it's inside, 6-5 if it's outside, or maybe it's a dead heat. We'll wait and see.
Wow. Watch these horses come to the wire. I've never seen 2 horses in such sync in my life. I mean, they're just going together in everything they do. Their legs, you got one that's completely covered up. Looks like one horse coming to the wire.
I think the 5 got it. No,
and
3 got it.
Posted the 3 Capitol Hill.
Good.
So 3-2, 5-6, but yeah, they were absolutely in perfect rhithm together.
They were.
Yinzer actually didn't run that badly to be third here, considering how fast that pace was.
Yeah, look, Capitol Hill got his pace up front, and that made a big difference for him. He loves to lay back and make that big kick. Here we go again. You're going to watch Capitol Hill actually get to Pierre and pass him, but Pierre's going to show on the inside. He's not done running, and with those blinkers on with Pierre, I don't think he spots him till right when he's here. And he's going to get game and come back on him.
This is better than some of the synchronized swimming I've seen.
How much synchronized swimming have you seen, Greg?
I'm fascinated with it in the Olympics.
Pretty
it's incredible.
I agree.
And that Saturday Night Live sketch on it as well with Martin Short. Bill Mott, never in question, right? With Capitol Hill.
I think it happened.
That's why he's so late coming down those steps. He had to wait for the picture to come up before he went to the winner's circle.
Did you give him some training tips when he came over to talk to us a little earlier?
I did not. I told him good luck.
That's a training tip,
man.
And
you know I'm
by
not
the
that
way,
guy.
Yeah, I got grief because I asked the question that's on everyone's mind from you two.
The guy comes over to chat and say hi, and you're
it's
on him like
I was just asking what's next for Night Springs. That's all I asked.
And he was really forthcoming.
That is the $5 million question.
Capitol Hill, 6-5 favorite with the win here in race 3. Junior Alvarado, Mott, and Tranquility Lake Farms. 4th career win for this 4-year-old.
He's a nice horse. I don't know where Pierre came up with that race, but boy, are those David Jacobson horses running. He had 3 wins last weekend, and he almost had a 4th today.
What do you think? Any chance this horse was claimed? I say no, Pierre, for $110,000. But it's a new era. People want horses. He's coming off of 2 races where he won. You know, obviously he was bought at a private sale. They know he's in good shape coming into this race. And excuse me, not a private sale, public sale. I'm curious to know if there was a claim out of this race.
We'll have that information for you when we come back. We're going to take a break. It's Capitol Hill in race 3 in another thriller. Coming up this weekend, the Derby runner-up getting another crack at Golden Tempo off that Jim Dandy win, and the richest maiden in the history of the sport, third in the Derby. Can he get his big moment? Ocelli, stay with us.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
As a multiple Grade 1 winner, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud. A proven sire from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of six-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including Grade 1 winners Burnham Square, Deterministic, and classic winner Napoleon Solo. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. And a great performance here from these two down the stretch. Capitol Hill, Pierre in perfect sync to the wire, but it's Capitol Hill, the three on the outside for Belmont Jr., Alvarado, and Tranquility Lake Farms just up for the win. $4.44 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Emily Bushnell from Tranquility Lake Farms, as we did see Capitol Hill get the win. We were joking, he made you sweat for it today, but getting that victory, well deserved.
Thank you so much. So proud of him.
Talk me through your emotions in the stretch there a bit.
You know, he always tries and he always shows up, and the early fast fractions really helped us, and he came around and he was moving, and I thought we had it, and then the inside horse started moving, and I was like, oh, we're going to run by a nose again, but he got it done, so really excited for him and Junior.
Bred by your family as well. He's a horse that really seems to be able to keep up with kind of whatever competition he's facing.
Yeah, he has a ton of heart and always tries, and super happy to see him get it done today.
How much more special does it make it being a homebred?
I mean, it's so cool, especially this family that goes back to Tranquility Lake. They just are like very close to my heart, so always happy to have them do well.
Good to see him back in the winner's circle. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
What a thriller.
Oh my goodness.
That is how close it was. Wow, that is
crazy.
There is
about as tight as
separation.
it can be.
There is some separation there.
You were so right, though, that not only were they synchronized, but the three covered up the two. You couldn't even see the two. I mean, literally, it's possible if you were sort of watching that, just watching it at home and didn't know, you would have thought that horse was all alone.
Amazing.
$4.44 for the win, Capitol Hill. Huge in a runner-up defeat for Pierre, and then Yinzer winds up third in that pace battle, setting it up for these two. As we move on to race 4. Mile and an eighth main track, condition $55,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have not won 3 or who have not won a race since August the 27th of last year. And favoritism right now, it's Bedard. What do you think, Andy, with Bedard off the claim, Gustavo Rodriguez?
I mean, I guess the question is, How much pace is there going to be? How much is sequential going to show on the outside? Is he really a 1.125 horse? I know he's gone some distance before, but it's a stretch maybe for him. I'm surprised. Now I'm looking at some pick threes, and it feels like Alternate Reality may end up being favored, who I picked in this race, but
Yeah.
I also picked a 1-4. I mean, the surprising money is the money right now for the 5, who feels like the outlier in the field. First call Bob, but then again, there are a lot of people named Bob who are clearly betting today.
You know, they say in golf, bets are won on the first tee when the bets are made and the conditions are put into the golf match. So in racing, oftentimes races are won by the conditions of the race. So there's 2 conditions of this race. Either you're non-winners of 3 life, which the 4 Bedard is, or you haven't won since a certain date, and you're a multiple winner. The advantage goes to the multiple winners, opposed to a horse that's coming out of races running against non-winners of 1 or non-winners of 2.
There are 3 of them, you're right, on the outside. And the interesting thing is that if there are 2 that aren't, are the 1 and 3, and Brazenly has 4 wins and 11 seconds and 11 thirds, so he's not exactly a winning type either. That's why I picked our Alternate Reality. Thanks for clarifying it for me, Tom.
You got
it.
All right, we'll get back to this race 19 minutes away from a race that's going to kick off the pick 6 on this Thursday card. Personal Ensign, grade 1, huge one in the Distaff division on the Travers undercard, and the rematch of fully subscribed Scottish Lassie, 3rd place finisher in there is Snow White, but the top 2 look pretty imposing here.
They do look pretty imposing. When you look at Scottish Lassie, we'll look at it right here is what we're going to do. At the beginning of this race with Scottish Lassie, they think they're going to make the lead easy. Jose thinks he's going to make the lead easy, but Snow White on the inside gets sent from the gate. By the time they get to the turn, Scottish Lassie has to lay second. I think that's what gets her beat. Horse that makes a big run at the end and fully subscribed the 2.
Fully Subscribed had been playing others' games in her prior 2 starts this year. When she went in the La Troyenne, she had to beat Shred the Nar, who was lone speed. So they put her in front with her to make her competitive. The next race, similar situation with Nitrogen in the Ogden Phipps. In that race, they were able to take back and let her make 1 run, which is when she's the most effective. Now, listen, Scottish Lassie's very good, and I won't be shocked she beats her. I just think Fully Subscribed is more reliable.
And occasionally, like we've seen with Scottish Lassie, she's not reliable to do it. But every now and again, she puts in a race that just wows you.
Yep.
And, probably her 2-year-old campaign or 3-year-old campaign, the 2 best races ever run in those divisions that year.
Yeah, look, for Scottish Lassie, she can turn the tables possibly on Fully Subscribed, although Snow White is still going to be a thorn in her side. This time, Snow White is towards her outside, whereas Snow White was in the rail when she pushed her on the front end. I think this could be a little different ball game.
Did anybody think that Mark Cassie's horse, is it Neruzzi? I can't pronounce the name. The number 3 horse?
Nerazzurri?
Nerazzurri. Anybody think this horse was a little bit of a potential wild card in here?
I do. Back-to-back had that different kind of competition. Thistledown and Monmouth on that track last time on the Molly Pitcher, but back-to-back efforts where if she could take a little jump forward, she's in the mix.
I was going to try to get her in the number. That was my idea in the race. Get her in the number with the 2 favorites, more Fully Subscribed.
All right. We'll be back with more. Terrific card on Saturday. You don't want to miss it. Personal Ensign, always a huge one in that Distaff division. We're going to take a timeout. Stay with us. Derek Ryan, the pride of New Jersey. Bookham Daniel, can he go back-to-back in the 4-go? He's no question the one to beat. Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Bookham Dano trying to split rivals as Most Wanted has come to take the lead. Bishop's Bay running a big race along the inside. Crazy Mason on the outside, and Scotland is starting to motor home too. They're in the final furlong. Bookham Dano takes the lead. Scotland's coming with it in every stride. Bookham Dano, Scotland. Bookham Dano, what a summer!
Bookham Dano last year in the Forgo, and a little bit controversially. That was the end of his campaign. He won the championship. Top sprinter. He's going to run, of course, and try and go back-to-back in the Forgo, and this will be his final start before he lines up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
And I was really happy that he got the Eclipse Award last year instead of people just voting Breeders' Cup Sprint champion. Not to knock Ben Tornado, but he had the bigger season in there. I got to tell you something. I think he's vulnerable in this race, particularly to Tip Top Thomas's speed.
Yeah, that's an interesting call on the one horse who does indeed have speed. And in a race going 7/8 mile and it's top contenders, you usually don't see a horse that maybe can make the lead and escape from everybody else early, but Tip Top Thomas has the ability to do that. For Bookham Dano, he's a lot like Ways and Means. He understands the game, he understands competition, and so he brings it every single time.
Just incredibly shows up, runs his race. What do you like about it, Tom?
Because he doesn't look like he's going to get there at this point. Bookham Dano is, behind. He doesn't look like he's going to catch up, but he knows. He knows to the point where he gets to the lead, and Paco Lopez on his back is able to ease up the last 20 yards because he's just finally gotten there.
No, I mean, he's just one of the coolest horses in training.
Check it
and
out.
I feel, Greg, that you and I have like a relationship with him.
Yeah.
Because I remember we was running as 2-year-olds, and we gotten to know the owners who communicated with us, and they're a great bunch of guys. And it's just we've been watching him his whole career and seeing him blossom into a horse that they thought was kind of like, sort of not one of the better horses in his division to be a champion.
Had a day named after him in New Jersey. How about that? Bookham Dano Day.
That's the spot they decided to take with him last time out, and obviously ran a huge effort there. But they wanted to give something back, obviously, to his home track.
But they've had so much success here. You think of his races in the Alan Jerkins, but also obviously the races last year. He's just a super cool horse, and like Tom says, I agree. He knows how to show up in these races and get it done. A tough horse to beat. It's like beating, the incumbent fighter, like the heavyweight champ might lose, but he doesn't go out with a fight without a fight.
Those are the kind of horse you love to train. They just make your job so easy.
And look, Paco Lopez, say what you want about him, obviously got replaced and controversial ride on Napoleon Solo. He knows how to ride this horse to perfection.
The owners have the right to choose, and they've done great with him. He's run really, really well. I'm not a fan of Paco's antics, but the owners have the right to choose, and he's ridden them great. I agree.
He will be a short-priced favorite. Meanwhile, you bring up Tip Top Thomas, senior officer. They went head-to-head in a pretty fast race here at Saratoga back on July 26th.
This was a big race for Tip Top Thomas. His first race as a 4-year-old, and he had a pretty severe layoff. And senior officer is good, too. And the other thing about him, Tom, you could almost compare him a little bit to Bookham Dano. Obviously, I don't mean in talent and achievement, but he's a horse that sort of snatches victory from the jaws of defeat, right?
Yeah, well, with Tip Top Thomas, I thought he was going to get there in this spot.
He looked home.
Going to the wire, and he's just going to get nailed right on the line. But he doesn't have a lot of horses to soften him up early as he did this day. So, I think he'll have a little bit better finish.
Right, he's a speed horse that's got some talent. I mean, he's running some big races, but they all have to beat Bookham Dano.
And too, that was off the bench. First start since November. He's going to get a lot out of that, isn't he?
100%. Yeah, make a big difference.
They'll have the rail. He'll have Flavia Pratt back aboard for Todd Pletcher, but they all got to beat Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey, looking to go back-to-back in the Forgo as we get back to race 4. 10 minutes to post coming up, and there's alternate reality.
When you said pride of New Jersey, I thought you meant Matt Ditterman, who's on our set with us right now.
Well,
check him
it's
out.
the 1 and 1A.
Indeed.
And yeah, happy to have him joining us here. Say hello here when we get a moment's time.
He called that race on Jersey Day for Bookham Dano.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did not come with the Ducks, though. He apparently left them home. We are watching
alternate reality.
Alternate reality, something I often feel like I'm living in, especially at the racetrack. I looked at him and I thought he didn't need the lead. but he had the speed to stay close in here, and I thought he might sit a decent trip. I took him. He's fairly logical off a claim for Sandy Goldfarb and Matt Cantermachi.
In that replay that we watched, I mean, he stumbled a little bit out of the gate, recovered quickly, had a rail trip, angled out, just got out finished.
I think we're all still really surprised, though, not only who's favored, but 2-1 favoritism on the 5.
The Eddie DeLauro claim from Chad Brown, I think we underrated how much money that would take. I like Eddie, and Eddie, he does fine with the horses he has. It's tough to have and compete at the level in this game. But, man, it's not even really the change. I wouldn't like this horse if Chad Brown trained him.
So
all out to be in a much softer field, wasn't he?
Yeah, so not only is he running in this race that has multiple conditions, he's a horse that's coming out of a non-winners of 2, so he's jumping up against the non-winners of 3, as well as facing some really tough ultra horses like Alternate Reality, who we just showed, who's won 6 races lifetime, made over $400,000.
There's Manny Franco. He'll ride the 1 Alternate Reality, and we've talked about this incredible summer. He's been one of the big stories here at Saratoga this year. 51 wins and counting, including some huge ones, obviously the Alabama win, but look, by far, he's never had this kind of summer, Andy.
Oh, and multiple grade 1 wins. I mean, he's just having a great summer, and it's great to see because we watch Manny day in and day out in New York and see how well he rides, and now he's finally putting it together up here where everybody's watching.
And we've talked about, too, because of the summer he's having, he's getting some of these other big mouths. Survey, Glens Falls, Christophe Clement beating the boys.
He's riding the second choice in the ballerina, the outside éclatant for Brad Cox. I mean, I don't think he gets that mount if he's not having the kind of summer he's having. Obviously, keep in mind, Irad Ortiz would have ridden that horse, I would assume. He rides so much for Brad, but that's not the point. The point is they went to Manny when they were looking for somebody else. That may well not have been the case a year ago.
When you scroll back to his career, going back in time, you start to see the journey of a rider that comes to New York and wants to compete in New York. It's not an easy road. It doesn't ever start off easy for them. They have to build their client base. They have to get the proper mounts. So Manny's having a great summer. He's having a great summer because he's a great rider. But, he had to get there to get to that point. Look, you said to me the other day, Troy Aikman wasn't Troy Aikman when he first came to the NFL. It took a little time.
What, 1-15 that first season?
That's true.
It was rough.
Yeah.
And, part of the turning point for him, too, Andy, and we talked about it a lot over the last few years, getting those opportunities for Chad Brown in some of those big moments and delivering.
And it all comes because of his switch to John Panagot as his agent. And John and Chad are close friends. But as we've said before, Chad's going to give him some mounts because John's his friend. But when he loses or doesn't ride well, he's not going to keep riding him. And the fact is he's continued to give him more mounts as a result of that.
Well, that's the game right there. Look, you've got to ride well to get opportunities, just like you have to train well and have winners to get opportunities in the client list.
Here's our post parade, and we'll start with Manny Franco and Alternate Reality here off the claim with the Matt Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, he's been a kind of cool performer for a while. He can handle the distance, though he has never won at a mile and 1/8. 0 for 6 with only 1/3. Perhaps that's a question?
Brotherly rivalry here. It is Ilke Cantermachi with Brazenly.
I think he's a player in this race, but I don't like the fact that he's 4 for 46 with 22 seconds and thirds.
Here's Bedard. He likes to go forward.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that people really believe speed is the game today on the way of the racetrack. And with the scratch of the 2, Bedard could be on the lead by himself.
Still favored. Claimed away from Chad Brown. Here's First Call Bob.
I am shocked how much money this horse is making. Maybe there are just an inordinate amount of Bobs betting today.
And sequential Orlando Noda barn. Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Now, this is a horse that can show some speed as well. So I think the speed lies with the 4 and the 6. Sequential, our 6 horse, I think, goes from the gate.
Yeah, I think he goes too. I agree. And Manny's got to go from the rail, right? He's got to at least protect the rail enough and make them go a little bit with that position. I don't think he'll be part of right on the pace of the 4 and 6, but I don't think he's going to be far behind. And, man, you do not want to not take advantage of being inside in these mile and 1/8 races.
Pick 6 starts here. You get a 10% win bonus all afternoon long on winning win bets all day today. Go to NYRABets.com. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that promotion. Play with us all summer long and beyond, NYRABets.com. So 4 minutes away from this pick 6. Did you see anywhere to sort of narrow down in the sequence today?
Oh, that's a good thing. Probably not the next race, though. I'm going to take Rusty Arnold's Follow Your Heart.
Oh, man, you're killing my price.
I like the 5 and 6 a little in the 6th race, but I don't think you can narrow it down. Good luck narrowing down the 7th.
Yeah, no
I
way.
like the 9 Blackjack, but I don't know if that race is narrow it downable. I picked a long shot in the 8th. No, these races are wide open, don't you think, guys?
Tough one this afternoon. Let's get back to Bedard here. So 5-2. Kendrick Carmouche off the claim. Gustavo Rodriguez, and just missed by a neck, is the favorite last time out on a wet track.
Getting a strong warm-up, that's an indication they want to be forward early. That's what Bedard likes to run. He does it here. He's going to make the lead from the gate, control the pace, but he's going to get run down at the end. Is it the track condition, which was sloppy that day? Going 7/8 a mile, will he appreciate the distance change to a mile and an eighth? We'll have to see how it goes.
I thought the rail was an advantage this day, so I thought it was kind of a bad beat, and I've always wondered. Think he's named for the former Orioles pitcher, Eric Bedard? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Just couldn't resist.
3 minutes to post. Pick 6 coming up. Get those tickets together. Let's go back to Acacia.
Favoritism bouncing around now between a few horses. Was alternate reality now on Bedard, but the horse that was favored back in the paddock, as you guys were touching on, was the 5 First Call Bob, who is first off that claim. And yeah, he was best, winning last time out when taking a big drop in class from what he had been facing prior to that, and was able to kick away and finish best. Now, I will say that was at a mile and an eighth. And this horse is enormous. He's definitely convincing as far as the distance is concerned. So maybe that's why we do see him taking so much attention. He had a big warm-up out there. He got quite sharp. I just felt that there were some others that I preferred in this race. As we'll take a look at the number 4, Bedard, your current favorite. Honestly, he looks best. I did have a question on paper with the stretch back out to the mile and an eighth in here. He won at the distance back in February of 2025 and hasn't actually won since then, and has had some a big break in his races, but he looked fantastic first off the claim for Gus Rodriguez, and he does have some size to him. He has a big long stride. He went 7 furlongs last time out, where he went right out to the front and just got caught late, but he was very game down on the inside, dead heating for second. As Tom mentioned, big warm up from him. I really liked what I saw from him as your favorite. We'll see if he does get any pressure early on, and that could make a difference as to whether he could see out the distance when stretching out, but definitely like him going longer versus shorter. I landed on the 3, Brazenly. It's been a long time since he has seen the winner's circle, but does offer a little bit of a price as Ilkay trains the 3 and Matt Ken trains the 1. The Cantor Massey's well represented in here. Unfortunately, there was a rider unseated in that last race at Finger Lakes, and so declared a no contest. So you really can't read anything into that field. But he has plenty of races fast enough on the go back. Going the mile, he does have a win at the mile and an eighth a long time ago, but he has some length to his frame, and I thought he could sit in a good tracking position. However, this pace does play out and potentially get a nice trip. Does lure Flavian Pratt, second off the claim for Ilkay and Engel, that I always liked and looked incredibly fit. We'll see if he can see out the distance, as that could be a question for several in here, Greg.
Well, you get Pratt aboard on Brazenly, 5-1 right now. But finally, favoritism has shifted here, Andy. It's Bedard, the 7-5 choice.
Bedard is named after Blackhawk star Connor Bedard. So I had sports.
Thank you. All right.
We're
getting to the bottom of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the 1 alternate reality. I think this is a very tough race, though. I mean, still cannot believe the money that 5 is taking. The other thing I would say is the 6 is completely dead on the board, right? Does not look like a 9-1 shot to me.
I mean, that race 2 back.
You liked him that day. I remember we were on the set together, and you kept saying on the set, why is this horse a big price? Why is he a big price? And you were right. He galloped in there. It just seems like, the notice started to meet with a few big wins, and they took money. I've picked a couple of them lately, and they've, like this horse, taken no money and not done much running.
Well, I mean, this is a big drop off that last race back in mid-June for Sequential, the 6 horse.
Well, he was eased. He was wide against a gold rail, but he was also eased that day. But boy, he's just getting bet like he's not a. Here's another thing: how is the 3 twice the price to First Call Bob? Right? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Maybe we all got
strange wagering here happening in this first leg of this pick six. And again, a few legs where, I mean, you have the workout reports to go off of for some. There's not a lot for some of these races, but a little bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've chalked it out. I picked the race 1-4, so I didn't have any particularly clever opinion here.
Yeah, I just like the one because the one's got so many wins, knows how to get to the winner's circle a little bit better than these non-winners of 3 life type horses, which include the 4-horse.
So alternate reality, Manny Franco for Matt Cancantermachi. 8-5 loading up. Slight favorite at that same price, though. Bedard, it was the morning line favorite. Kendrick Carmouche first off the claim. Gustavo Rodriguez, a lot of runner-ups for this horse. 6 times in 14 tries. See if he can get his 3rd win coming up today to kick off our pick 6 on the Thursday card. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
We have just 2 more left to load. First call, Bob. Backs away. Gets some help now. Being coaxed into the gate, but he walks a little sideways, and then patiently waiting his turn is Sequential. Sequential looks like he's standing at attention. Perfect on Military Appreciation Day. Walking up. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bedard is very quick away from the gate. Sequential has some early speed. Alternate Reality is down at the rail. First call, Bob. And Brazenly is at the back of the field. So it will be Bedard. Bedard shows the way. Has it by a length and a half over Sequential in second. They are followed by Alternate Reality, who's down on the fence in third, 3/4 of a length to First Call Bob. Brazenly has 8 lengths to make up the quarter in 23 and 4. And it is Bedard and Kendrick Carmouche carving out the fractions onto the back stretch. 3/4 of a length to Sequential, a length and a half, Alternate Reality, First Call Bob, and still 8 to Brazenly. Down the back stretch, Bedard, 1 length lead on Sequential as they head past a half mile in 47 and 1. Alternate Reality rides the rail in third. He's followed still by First Call Bob. There's been no change in the running order. Brazenly has trailed throughout. Around the far turn, Bedard trying to sprint away. Alternate Reality looming on the inside. Sequential is under pressure, but still in second. Behind them, First Call Bob, 8 lengths back to Brazenly. They're coming to the quarter pole. Bedard's been doing it well. He turns for home in front. Alternate Reality will angle out to try to come after him now. There's 3/16 of a mile to go. Bedard, Alternate Reality, and Sequential is in third. Inside the final 1/8 of a mile, Bedard or Alternate Reality. Alternate Reality on the outside puts his head in front. Bedard trying his best, but back to second. 2 lengths to Sequential in third. Dream Trip, perfect result. Alternate Reality wins by 2 under Manny Franco. Bedard was second best, Sequential, and First Call Bob.
Number 52 of the Saratoga meet, Manny Franco, Alternate Reality. Matt Cancantermachi first off the claim. Well done.
Yeah, sat in a perfect spot behind the 2 horses setting the pace, one of which was our favorite, Bedard, who's on the lead right now, but he's had a little steam taken out of him by the 6-horse Sequential, and here comes a 6-time winner, now 7-time winner in Alternate Reality, going up against a 2-time winner. And what happens when that occurs?
Right.
The veteran's going to win.
Did it also feel that the distance really came into play in the last 1/8 of a mile, that Alternate Reality could handle the distance better despite not winning at it, whereas Bedard just came up a little bit short towards the end? And there's Matt.
Yeah, both the Cantermachi brothers, especially, brother Ilkay started out so hot at the meet. They're both having terrific Saratoga seasons.
Yeah, no, for sure. This horse
They're
off the claim for Sandy Goldfarb, too. Yeah.
1-4-6-5, Alternate Reality rolling by Bedard, who Bedard did go off the slight favorite here. And Alternate Reality, yes, 7 victories now in his 6-year-old career.
You're right. The one horse, that was it. Tom, I didn't notice that before, but he was pointed out. Multiple winner.
So, Andy, the one horse claimed, in my opinion, 100%. I'll give you an over and under, at least 5 claims in for him. Because you owe me a bunch of drinks already.
Yes.
What do you want to take, over or under?
I will take under 5 claims for as many drinks as I can.
Well, you owe me a bunch, so let's go double nothing. What do you
Well,
say?
we're not really going double nothing. You always pay anyway.
All right, sir, reach your staff with some work to do. We will do that during the break. 1, 4, 6, 5 finish. Manny Franco with the win for the Matt Cantor Machi barn here. Sandy Goldfarb. And we'll have the prices when we come back from this timeout.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, King's Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. King's Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Kankura or portfolio duration? Portfolio duration! Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Sal Cordobes will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. And the start of the pick 6 in the books. With the slight second choice alternate reality at 8-5. Manny Franco, the victory.
I see Manny get another win. Does that win 52 for Manny?
Yes.
And Chris Englehart. Is that Chris's? No, it's not Chris. Chris had this horse years ago. Sorry, I'm brain dead.
Yeah, Matt Cantor-Machi just claimed this one away from Joe Sharp. And it's one and done. Win off the claim and goodbye.
There were only 4 went for the horse, Tom. You should have cut it to 4. I would have got under that, too.
I purposely made it high, Andy. I wanted to lose the bet so I didn't have to go out and have a drink with you.
That's your story, and you're sticking with it.
Let's go to Acacia.
We got to keep Manny Franco waiting here. Manny getting another victory, though. You set the ideal trip going this distance.
Yeah, Kasia, that was my plan. You know, I want to be forward, behind the favorite, Bedard. And I was hoping the horse outside go to a little bit and bother a little bit. And then I can have my trick, and that's the way the race plays out after that. So I was happy what I was seeing in front of me.
Doesn't always play out like we planned for it on paper, but wanted to ask you, coming up later in the Skidmore with Titan Ready, I know that it'll be your first time climbing aboard this horse. I'm sure you've done your homework, though. Seemed to have plenty of speed on the synthetic. How do you see the race playing out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we got to, play the break. He chose speed the last 2 times, the synthetic. So he's on the grass today, so let's see how they want me to do it and go from there.
How important is it, especially with lightly raced 2-year-olds, for them to break well, just to get out of the gate running?
Yeah, I guess you got to be ready at the, standing good, everything like that, everything goes well. Hopefully the main thing he settled, so, and see, hopefully hoping for a good break.
looking forward to that. But congratulations on another win here.
Thank you, Cassie.
Greg?
Titan Ready is going to be interesting, and Manny Franco will have a chance to collect another one. 52 wins and counting. And, you know, stay within striking distance, and you never know, because Jose Ortiz is going to be gone at Kentucky Downs, and there's a chance for a riding title for Manny.
Absolutely. I got to look. I got Sunday in front of me. I'm not even sure that Jose's riding here on Sunday. I got to take a quick look through this. I'm not sure he is.
So alternate reality.
He's not.
$5.34 for the win. 146 to start off this Thursday pick six. It starts off formfully. Gets a lot tougher from here, though, including race 5. 5.5 furlongs on the turf next up. Maiden special weight and 2-year-old fillies, most of whom have never started before.
Yeah, 6, as a matter of fact, have never are going to be debuting today in this race with the scratch of the 6-horse, Mirren. And, you know, you go by families, what the family's done on the turf, the brothers, the sisters, the mom, and the workout reports. You know, what do they look like when they work out?
There's a lot of good European pedigree on the bottom. There's also a flight line, and while they only produced one turf winner for its ride, a couple of them were pretty good, I guess, with that one, and right now the public seems to like that one, as this one appears to be favored, along with the one Attachment for George Weaver, who's so dangerous with 2-year-olds and turf sprints firsters.
That one, John Velasquez from the rail, and yeah, early on, it is the flight line. Follow Your Heart, who is favored right now. We'll get a look at this group when we come back on Military Appreciation Day from here at Saratoga. 19 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5. And of course, when we're done here, we open up at the new Belmont Park, September 18th, with the Jockey Club Gold Cup, reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner Forever Young, Horse of the Year, Sovereignty. We cannot wait. Stay with us.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
There is the beautiful brand new facility, the new reimagined Belmont Park, September 18th. Opening day with these two titans going head to head. Reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner Forever Young, reigning Horse of the Year Sovereignty in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. What a way, Andy, to open up this new facility.
Right, as if it isn't, you could have 10 races of 5-horse fields of lower level claiming races, it would be a thrilling day. But to be bringing 2 horses like that together for the matchup that never happened last year, that we were all waiting, I mean, not just him, obviously, others as well, but to see that, I mean, what a way to start off what's going to be a great future for racing in New York.
Might be the greatest TGIF in my lifetime, watching those two run. Wow.
Incredible to kick it off
like
that.
Able to get in that day?
Dirt,
it's limited.
Turf, and we're going to have, of course, that synthetic.
I know somebody.
Synthetic track as well in that Empire Trillium series.
Yeah.
Going to be a great addition to things.
No, I agree. An enormous amount of interest being shown to come to Belmont Park, and I really love the cooperation with Woodbine as well. You know, I love seeing tracks start cooperating. It's something this industry needs much, much more of.
Let's get back into the late pick 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the turf. 2-year-old fillies trying to get that first win of their career, and all but one making their debut. The 5, the only one with a race under her belt. R Can't Miss, and that start came on dirt.
Yeah, she didn't break that sharply that day and rushed up in the pace and just completely stopped. She doesn't have a huge amount of pedigree, but she's got enough turf pedigree that maybe she could be dangerous in this race, that experience, but I'm going to go to the 8 in this race.
Yeah, and for the 5, that was a race that actually was restricted to horses that had been bought for a certain amount of money, $65,000 or less. This is a step up in class as well, so
yeah,
a difficult proposition.
The 3.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, there's the 5, and then, the other question too with her. She showed speed, but it was dirt speed. We don't know if she has turf sprint speed.
And if she doesn't break sharply again, man, the likelihood that there's no other speeds in here just doesn't seem that strong. The 3 Brickyard Bell is a huge pedigree. I have to Joe Shiesty, who's one of the best turf sprinters in the country right now. And this horse worked a very fast 9 4/5, the 2-year-old sale, Brickyard Bell.
Manny Franco will be aboard as he looks to go back-to-back on this Thursday card on Brickyard Bell. Debuts, daughter of Yapan.
Yeah, and this horse is really, the turf side, the dam side is all turfy, and the Alpine can get a turf winner here. They paid a lot of money for this horse, $600,000.
Expensive. Yeah, only one more costs more in this entire race, and that's the 8 horse for $750,000, a Flightline, and we just saw Flightline have his first stakes winner yesterday. That was on the grass. Flightline, they look like his babies like the grass. His first year as a sire of horses that are on the track.
That horse ran yesterday.
All right, let's go to Acacia in the paddock.
And just an update to report here, Greg. The number 4, Dua Diddy, did actually rear up and flip, landing on her side when getting the tack on when saddling. They have since unsaddled her, so will be a late scratch in here because when they do land on their hind end and flip over, it's an automatic scratch just out of precaution. So late scratch with the number 4, Dua Diddy in here. We'll take a look at some first-time starters, beginning with the one to the outside who is taking a lot of attention, and that's the 8, Follow Your Heart. I mentioned this yesterday on the show, but I have felt that the progeny of Flightline can really be a really good turf influence, and we saw Flightline get his first stakes winner yesterday in a turf sprint, which, looking at him and what he was good doing, I think you wouldn't necessarily guess. So kind of reminds me a little bit of American Pharoah with the turf sprint influence in particular. So I do not mind this one on the grass at all, though on the bottom side, as Andy touched on, very good European pedigree, being out of a European mare. Second dam was AZ Warrior, who did win the Frozette, though. So lovely pedigree, high purchase price. I watched her last workout at Keeneland, where she moved like a turf horse as well. A lot of suspension in the air. Very classy acting. I've liked what I've seen from her in the paddock. The number 1, Attachment, does debut for George Weaver. Incredibly dangerous with his first time starting turf sprinters in particular. You may notice she's wearing a mask. So it's not a hood, and it's not blinkers, just covering her face. She has been training in that as well. Have seen George using these often. Sometimes they can have a metal in them. Sometimes they can have titanium in them to try and keep horses calm. Sometimes it's really just a calming effect of the fabric over their face. Like I said, she's been training in it. I noticed it on her two back in that workout where she was solo on the turf and traveling very easily. So something typical for attachment. She's been pretty calm thus far here in the paddock, bubbling, but not doing anything naughty at all. Very, very fit, as she is the daughter of Vacoma. Like I said, has been training exceptionally well on the turf. The number 3, Brickyard Belle. Andy touched on her 2-year-old Sales Breeze, where she went 9-4 and had a super stride on her as well. And she is a horse that has been accompanied by a pony with a training saddle, keeping her calm, all very common things that Miguel Clement does do for his first time starting 2-year-old. So not that she's a bad actor or anything, just making every precaution to take away all of the variables that could set a young horse off. She is funny. There is an old racing adage that says big ears, big heart. And we noticed this at the sale with her, and it's never changed. She has big floppy ears, and that's always how she's been. She's always got those ears moving around. Was sharp coming in, but has since settled. Her turf workout that you can watch on First TV is on the 24th of July, where she did work with Oscar, who was a debut 2-year-old winner. She was second best in there, but her turf works have been stronger than her dirt works, and she is well spotted with a strong turf family as well on the bottom side, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3-1 on this Miguel Clement first-time starter coming up. Tough to tell who will step up. And, you know, obviously we go off pedigrees in here, Tom. And this one with a pedigree to like the surface.
Oh, yeah. And they mentioned that work at OBS. I know I looked at it. Andy sent it to me. One of the interesting things about these 2-year-old training sales, and you'll see those eighth of a mile workouts that we show, which really determines what price they're going to go for when they go through the ring. The riders on those horses will do everything left-handed, the hand you can't really see, as opposed to right-handed on a horse. So anything with the crop, anything moving as much as possible, they'll do it with their left hand. It almost looks like an illusion as to what it really is. But this horse does, as Acacia mentioned, have a big, big stride.
That's a lot of money to pay for a horse who has a pedigree to basically be a turf sprinter. You know, they better have a horse who's a contender for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, because that's a lot of money for a horse in that situation.
Yeah, talk about that a bit, Tom. I mean, you've gone through these sales, you look for young horses. This is a bit of a specialized. So, I mean, a lot of times do you find horses and you say, oh, well, just not who I thought this horse was. Now we're going to shift to turf. Or obviously sometimes pedigree-wise, you look for this type of horse.
Yeah, pedigree-wise you look. Sometimes you're looking for a different result than what you're seeing on the dirt, so you'll just take a guess and you'll throw them in there. We see a lot of that happening with these young horses, whether it's here or anywhere else, as 2-year-olds making a first start. Sometimes it's the foot, believe it or not. So a long foot with not a lot of heel versus a wide web foot, which is just a wide foot all the way around. Those are the kind of feet that turf seems to make horses like. We use a term called, they like to hear their feet rattle. That's for horses on the dirt. They like to hear their feet rattle. But some horses don't like to hear their feet rattle. And those are the horses that sometimes take to the grass.
There's Pratt for Todd Pletcher here. And this dam produced one who was pretty good on the turf here last summer, Snowface Princess.
Yeah.
6-1 on that one.
Cy-Fair.
Yeah.
In the Bolton Landing, right? That was the Philly race, right? Yes.
I believe
so. I think it was the Bolton Landing last year, yeah.
Getting a number here.
Never ran back to that race, while Cy-Fair ran back to bigger and better races.
Cy-Fair's been pretty good. We're going to kick off the post parade. Again, late scratch of the 4 Doo-Wah Ditty with attachment. George Weaver, John Velasquez from the inside.
George Weaver, firsters going short in the turf. A little bit of pedigree here. They're very dangerous.
Coastal Beauty, Rob Falcone Jr., debuter.
This is a horse I was looking at when the horse was going to the track behind us, and you talk about feet. This horse has turf feet.
Brickyard Belle, I believe we will see next. Little pause here as they come down Champions Way onto the track. And yeah, there is the 3 making The entrance here, daughter of Yaupon for the Miguel Clement barn.
This is we talked about, a lot of pedigree, a fast 2-year-old sales work. You know, it's funny, you would think the horse would be quick with that work, but you never really know with those sales works, right?
Manny Franco just collected number 52 of the meet in the last race. See if he can stay within striking range of Jose Ortiz. Here's our Can't Miss, the only one with experience speed on the dirt.
Yeah, watch how this horse breaks. That's an important thing. This horse was a little tardy last time, has speed. We'll see.
Here's the Todd Pletcher filly, Fractal Goddess.
It's a 1/2 to 2 turf winners. It's not a giant turf pedigree, but there is enough there.
And here's the Flight Line, first time out filly for Rusty Arnold, Follow Your Heart.
Yeah, talk about a horse that probably is going to be fast from the gate. This horse has a bullet work, which is fastest of a distance out of the gate at Keeneland back on August the 16th. I bet this one's quick.
You know, Rusty doesn't ship a lot here. Now, he is shipping a couple of fillies for the Ballerina on Saturday, so he'll have a presence in there, and maybe sort of she came along with them. But I just felt when I saw this horse, Rusty's coming here with intention.
And I thought, in that race, we saw those two fillies, Andy, in the test last year. I'm surprised. Echo Sounds 15 to 1 morning line.
Yeah, I thought both of them were. I think I picked them 3rd and 4th behind the 2 favorites in there. You know, ways and means. And if Eklatant can find the form before the Chicago, where she was a bit slow, she's a major threat to ways and means. But Kilwin's never runs a bad race. She had that amazing race when she won the test last year, right? When she basically fell down at the start. I was talking to Rusty Arnold that night. He also had the favorite in the race, who's the other one you're talking about.
Echo Sound.
And he said he kind of gave up when she had to start. And he said, so he's watching the other horse. He said, when that horse stopped, I had no idea my other horse was going to be coming after that break.
Was, yeah, sensational effort. Pick 5 starts here, pool approaching $300,000. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at one with experience, but trying the turf for the first time, and that's the 5, Our Can't Miss. On the bottom side, there's not a ton of turf pedigree, but I do love the progeny of Cantharos sprinting on the grass, and she worked on the turf, as we'll take a look at that workout on the turf last time out on August 21st, where she was solo, but I loved the way that she did it. She was never set down. She was flying over the turf and really moving very happily over the grass, which I thought was definitely encouraging for the surface switch in here today. And Tom touched on a turf hoof. One other thing that you can look at as well is basically their ankles, their pasterns. Typically horses that are a little bit slacker or kind of down in their pasterns really get over the turf quite well, and she has very slack pasterns, looks like a turf horse to me, and I liked that workout. Not to mention, she was really over the top last time out. You do see Micah Husbands with his feet out of the irons now, keeping her settled, but altogether, she is acting much more professional in her second start. The number 7, Fractal Goddess, debuting for Todd Pletcher, is half to Snowface Princess, as you mentioned, though she's not the most turf-looking filly in the field here. Very upright in the way that she's put together. Looking at her workouts, she did seem to be traveling very well on the dirt in her most recent work. I don't mind her on the turf debuting in here. I feel like she's one that will appreciate a little bit more distance. She's got some size to her, but she was quite sharp heading out as well. Finally, the number 2, Coastal Beauty. Yes, she's absolutely a turf horse. She was an RNA back in the OBS April sale after working 10 and 1, and then they have those second chances sale, which was where she was purchased for that $80,000. So you could actually watch her OBS April workout, where she was very high-headed in the way that she moved, but she did move like a turf horse to my eye. Very big. There's a lot of her. She's handled herself very well so far, though. And her last turf work, she worked in company with an older horse named Extravagant, who finished 4th yesterday, albeit in maiden claiming. One that I do think will appreciate a touch more ground, but I think well spotted for the turf, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. So 3-2 favoritism. Follow Your Heart debuting for the outside in here. And again, I guess encouraging what we heard and what we saw with the turf work from Our Can't Miss, Tom.
Yeah, I thought it looked good, but she's by herself on the grass. You know, oftentimes as a trainer, you want to put your horse with something you know the value of, whether it be on the dirt or the grass, particularly if you're testing out a new surface, just to see where you sit.
I guess after that debut, why not try a new surface? You know,
I think that's part of it.
There's enough pedigree to try it, and she just stopped in her debut. I mean, a little bit of a slow break, but just came to a stop. And I thought you made an interesting point, and obviously a different situation because it's grass, but that was a restricted race. Now, Napoleon Solo won a restricted race last year, but for the most part, they aren't as tough as the maiden specials.
And Napoleon Solo won it.
Right.
This horse ran 5th, beating almost 9 lengths.
Right. For every Napoleon Solo, and it's British Bell, but in general, they're races that are going to get lesser figures.
There's the Todd Pletcher first-timer with Pratt.
British Idiom, excuse me.
Thank you. And here's the 7-5 favorite. Follow Your Heart. Rusty Arnold, could have a big say in a very tough edition of this year's Ballerina.
This horse is bet, huh? You don't usually see firsters in these races go off that short unless Wesley Ward trains them.
Maybe not this year.
Wesley has not won with a 2-year-old firster in a turf sprint up here in over 5 years. That's remarkable.
And been working at Keeneland, so nothing to go off in terms of the Clocker report.
Right.
So, I mean, there must be serious buzz about this one. 9-2 morning line, 7-5. I mean, that's serious money here.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm not betting on first-time stars at 7-5. I don't care if somebody told me the second coming of Hindu, but this is my top pick.
And Tom, outside post, first-time starter.
Look, first-time starter, outside post, they oftentimes don't break in a straight line. They break away from a group because they've never been schooled to do that until, they start running, so it can go that way.
I love the post for honestly, the outside post and turf sprints in general. But listen, I'm afraid of the 1. I'm afraid of the 3. I mean, just throw out George Weaver, first-time stars and turf sprints, 2-year-olds up here. That's going to come back to bite you in the butt.
Late pick 5 starts here on this Thursday card. 7-5 favorite, the first-time starter by Flightline for Rusty Arnold. Follow Your Heart. With a rider who just notched number 4,000 in his career.
And acting up again behind the gate after getting left first time, Tom, bother you a little?
Yes, it does. And just behavior on the track after a start, but just being amped up a little bit, that worries me. They usually take it to the gate.
Frank Miramonte with the call. Here's the start of the late pick 5 on this Thursday card.
The last one to load for Summer Wind Equine, Follow Your Heart. Going in. And they're off. Coastal Beauty leapt in the air in his last. R Can't Miss flies out of the gate, opens up 3.5 lengths in the blink of an eye. Attachment on the outside, Follow Your Heart moves up 3 lengths back. Brickyard Bell is 4th, 6 off the lead, 4 clear of Fractal Goddess, and after that tough start, Coastal Beauty at the back. It's R Can't Miss, keen on the front end. Tugging at Micah Husbands, has a 1.5 length lead. The favorite, Follow Your Heart, moves into a clear-cut second. They're followed by Attachment in third. 4 lengths back to Brickyard Bell in fourth. They're at the top of the stretch. R Can't Miss turns for home and widens the lead by 3. Out in the center, here's Brickyard Bell closing stoutly in between horses, Follow Your Heart and Attachment. And Brickyard Bell has blown by the competition in a stellar display. Brickyard Bell will win with style. Scores by 5. Follow Your Heart was second. Attachment finished third. Fourth between R Can't Miss and Fractal Goddess.
Well, that was impressive. Number 53, Manny Franco, first-time starter for Miguel Clement, and she did this with consummate ease, Tom.
Yeah, this is a very, very good performance by Brickyard Bell. Lays off a really quick pace and has so much horse just going to go around everybody, but this kick clear at the end shows this horse has got a big future, not only sprinting, but probably going further, too. This is a great, great finishing up.
Not sure with that pedigree how far, but they may end up trying it, but this horse is good. I agree. And, the 5 obviously has a lot of speed, but that horse can't finish whatsoever. It's turf and dirt. Looked like it was cruising along and just absolutely stopped, but really, this was a one-horse race.
3-8-1-4 finish, 9-2. Brickyard Bell to kick off the late pick 5. And you win by this kind of margin in a turf sprint. It's pretty dominant.
Yeah, and winning with ease. You can see Manny Franco's hands are not even moving at the end of that race. There's a happy trainer, as he should be. He knows he's got something good in the barn.
Miguel Clement Yeah, and with a 2-year-old filly, first-time starter, just dominant in the debut. And then, yeah, especially here at Saratoga, that's always exciting.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is a promising horse. We'll see what Miguel does next. If he keeps going short, see what we can ask him.
All right, so 9-2 start to the late pick 5. And that's going to conclude this trio's portion of action. How would you rate the performance, Tom?
I think we did great. I enjoyed my time, which is unusual for
no, I thought you were
for a reason. I won't say what that reason is, but I think we all know.
You were slightly above average today. No, I do. I think you actually were probably prepared, reasonably prepared today, which is unusual. Greg did his usual solid job.
We had some great finishes, including kicking off this card in sort of a ho-hum race.
Yeah.
But some thrillers early on here. Late pick 4 still to come with the next crew. And included in that sequence, this one here, the feature on this Thursday card, the Skidmore. And 2 and counting for Manny Franco. I'll have a chance for another one, obviously, with Titan Ready.
Tom's sending sign language over to Greg. Just
Sorry,
ignore
I'm
him
not
like I
catching
did.
what you're saying.
Whatever. Just ignore
the
him.
pick 4 hit.
Oh, your pick. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, tell yourself. I'm sorry.
Well, so we put up $36. I don't know what the pick 4 is going to pay. $50?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got a lot of excitement. We made $14
Got 2 to
along the
5.
way.
Yeah. 2 to 5.
$75. Come on, Andy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I was thinking the 8 was 50. Yeah.
He's always
you
trying
doubled
to.
it.
He always
yeah,
does
you
that to
it.
me.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
you crushed. You got the
All right,
longest
we're
shot
gonna
you were alive with and doubled it.
Put you in the reliable hands of the next crew. Lafitte, Mig, JK, and Paulie to come. Skidmore ahead. And we'll see if that surface switch for Titan Ready gets this one across the wire as the maiden.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively.
Here's Locked right alongside. It is locked.
It's all about Locked, cruising home to an effortless rock.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just saw Brickyard Belle break her maiden at first asking, and owned in partnership by Bryles Family Stables, who does boast those bright orange silks, as I'm so pleased to be joined by Jim and Stephanie Bryles. First year owning racehorses, Calling Mr. Mo was your first horse to run, who finished second yesterday, and now a win. How crazy is that?
So exciting. We're so excited. We can't believe it. We're in complete shock.
And Jim, it's been about a year since you guys kind of got involved into the game. Tell me a little bit about what the journey's been.
It's been fast. It's been very exciting. We didn't know we were getting into a year ago, and here we are. I think it's our third start and our first win. So we're super excited. Miguel's been amazing. The family's been amazing, and we're so excited.
And getting to do it here in Saratoga, I know you were only here for a couple days, but actually getting to be here and see your horse in the winner's circle, can you put into words what that is like?
It's unreal. It doesn't feel real, actually. It just, you can't believe it. You see what goes into training these horses, and I just can't believe that we're here.
Well, so happy that you are, and here's to many more. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And those bright orange silks looks good out there.
Thank you.
As I'm sure first of many wins, but great to see the Browns in the victory today with Brickyard Belle as she does return 1186 first-time starters running 1, 2, 3. Follow your heart. Tex in second. Attachment in third. As that is official for race 5. Second win today for Manny Franco. As we'll take a look at the field for race 6. Coming up next as we continue on with the live racing action. So far, so good on the weather as well. As race 6 up next will be on the turf. Non-winners of 2 in life as Brickyard Belle makes her way back home to the barn. We'll go 1 16th on the inner turf for the 6th race here. That's a look at the field. Pretty wide open group as of now. We'll see how it plays out, but first we'll welcome back after this break, Pete Pinkai and the rest of the crew. Stay with us on Saratoga Live. A lot more to come after this.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Saratoga. Saratoga Racecourse on the Thursday before the DraftKings Travers. Yesterday, 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight, and a Canadian import stole the show. Go for launch cruising in the Bolton Landing. Today, it's the boys' turn. Another Canadian import is favored. Titan Ready, 8-5 Skidmore favorite, despite the fact he's yet to win a race. Now trained by Brad Cox, seeking a first win in the Skidmore. Of course, he has saddled
a Travers winner, essential quality 5 years ago, in search of a second. With the least experienced colt in the race on Saturday, Indiana Derby winner, Leading Change. Countdown continues, 157th running of the DraftKings Travers. That is a live look, Saratoga race course. This crowd, these fans, geared up for the biggest week of the summer. Horses in the paddock for the 6th race. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. Welcome, everyone. Just outside the paddock alongside Paula Duca, Jonathan Kitchen, Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on this Thursday afternoon. Ready for the second half of the program. Late Pick 4 gets underway in about 15 minutes. Included is the Skidmore, Richie, and it's a similar conversation we had yesterday with the Bolton Landing and the Fillies. It's not just today's race. It's where this all could be headed, depending on those who run best.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting later into the summer here, and you know, these two-year-olds are sorting themselves out, and everybody's goal, or end-of-the-year goal, is the Breeders' Cup, and we have some very talented young horses here. One of them trying the turf for the first time. In fact, your favorite trying the turf for the first time has run well, already stakes placed on synthetic, but a direct line, the great Grand Dame, Lady Cheryl, Grade 1 winner of the Flower Bowl.
Tight and ready, Jonathan. In from Canada. You don't see it often, like favorites and stakes races at Saratoga that have never won, but here we are, and there he is, tight and ready.
Absolutely. This horse was very, very impressive, and you see a horse that wins on synthetic, there's that potentially the lazy assumption that, oh, they're going to love turf. It's not always the case, but I think, like you pointed out, Lafitte, the pedigree of this horse does give you some confidence that when this could be one of those horses that leans turf who's run well on a synthetics racetrack.
Expectations, Paul?
Well, Kevin Attard rolled out a good one yesterday, didn't? And so, obviously, the Attard family very, very good at what they're doing. So this horse was in the Sid Attard barn. Brad Cox showing blazing speed on synthetic. You would think that would transfer, but there's a couple others in here that do have some pace.
Yeah, tight and ready. Can Canadian Imports sweep Bolton Landing and Skidmore? We'll find out. And then there's River of Deceit. Richie, second choice, another maiden.
Another maiden, but Paul just said the key to the race, and that's the amount of speed that potentially is signed on here, and this horse is more of a closer. And you saw where this horse had to kind of steady a little bit at a critical juncture of the race before angling out. Young horse to find their stride and finish with the interest this horse did, River of Deceit, I think bodes really well. Plus has a race under his belt now, too.
Paulie, what do you make of the overall talent collectively in this group of two-year-olds?
I actually like Tom's horse. I like this replay. I think this is the horse that's bred. The other horse that beat this horse, they went to the wire together. And, you know, this horse is a son of Hardspun. They should get better with time. I like the way this horse closed on debut. A lot of two-year-olds don't like the past two-year-olds, and it seems like that's kind of been the key in these races. If you can break well and sit off the pace and make the last straight run.
Don't get too caught up in the maiden thing. 6 years ago, Golden Pal was a two-race maiden, lost his first two races, won this race, and he turned out to be just fine. Of course, you can play the Skidmore and all the great racing this week on your brand new NyraBets account. Get signed up, nyrabets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, nyrabets.com. Horses in the paddock for the 6th. Restricted claiming crew, but a competitive restricted claiming crew. Paddock report next. Riders up. Start of the late pick 4 in a wide open 6th race in 13 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The 105th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales.
$1,050,000. Thank you.
$1,100,000. $1,100,000. $1,150,000. $1,500,000. Thank you. $1,750,000. Thank you. $1,900,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. $4 million in the back. Patrick, thank you.
Hold your applause, please.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Breezy Thursday afternoon. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. 6 race start of the late pick 4 upcoming. $55,000 claimers, restricted, updated odds. Non-winners to lifetime. All for sale. All one for something. You're looking at Salt Spartan. We welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast, standing by right behind us in the paddock with eyes on Salt Spartan. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Lafitte. Nice to kick off this Thursday late show. And we'll start to the inside. The number 1, Salt Spartan, is a horse that, for David Donk, has just had very consistent races. And last time out, while he does draw the inside, he drew the far outside and was used early, as he will be a part of this speed puzzle, as he is sharp and he does wear that red hood. That's really a calming mechanism, and the red indicating it will be taken off at the gate. But he's also one that has bubbled over and really responded to that equipment and being able to kind of keep himself from bubbling over in the paddock. He was quite the chaotic guy during Belmont Stakes Festival week, where he just bubbled over, very rambunctious, and certainly getting back to a calmer, more professional version of himself. I like him drawing the inside. It does appear as he will have some pace pressure to his outside, because he will likely find his best trip on the front end, though dating back to that win for $50,000 breaking his maiden, he was able to lay off of the pace. So does offer some rateability, very strong and fit here in the paddock, drawing that inside post. The number 2, Urgency, is taking very tepid favoritism up there at 3-1. And I kind of anticipated that Jose Ortiz money to come in on him for trainer Rick Dutro, where it took him a while to break his maiden, and he did so for $50,000 here at Saratoga last time out in an off the turf race. Now, Rick Dutro, the past 5 years with last out maiden winners at Saratoga, is 0 for 5. So just something to keep in mind with a horse that is taking that betting attention. He should be forwardly placed, as back on July the 31st, you really wanted to be speed inside, and he got a great trip forward, came off of the rail on the backside, angled out, and really was able to run down that strong leader. No issues with him physically. I will say he kind of keeps that good flesh and condition. I'm just a little hesitant on using him against some more experienced foes. The number 3, Maximum Promise, I really liked last time out at 30-1, and even the 2-back performance, where I've just kind of tried to get this horse into the winner's circle, and it hasn't necessarily worked out. But could forgive him last time out on August the 9th, where he had that wide draw, he chased 2 to 3 wide with no cover, and he just lacked that response in a slowly run race. And then back on July 23rd, he really ran on, and that's the version of himself that needs to show up today, as he should get pace to materialize in. I've really liked some of his back races, and he's making an excellent impression here, fit and ready to go in the paddock. Lafitte?
Trained by Matt Cantamasi. Contender 9-2. Cantamasi already settled one winner this afternoon. Another contender, Sharon's Pharaoh. There he is. You know all about his sire's involvement in the Travers, American Pharaoh. Trained by Jonathan Thomas. Speaking of the Travers, JK. And here with Catholic Boy in 2018, Mr. Versatility Catholic Boy in the Travers.
He was sensational. It's not very often you get a horse that wins grade 1s on 2 surfaces, especially when one of the surfaces happens to be the Travers, right? This is a super cool horse, and I like Jonathan Thomas, not just because he's named Jonathan.
Great first name and a Travers winning trainer. Robert LaPenta colors, Robert LaPenta own. One of 19 Travers won by Javier Castellano. I forgot Mendelssohn ran second in the race, and Good Magic was the post-time heavy favorite, beat one horse in that 18.
Well, I didn't realize that he was your post-time favorite, but Catholic boy, like Jonathan said, to be that versatile. Horses can win on both surfaces, usually not both at the Grade 1 level.
He was a really good racehorse. And Jonathan's so far gotten a good start to this meet. And this is his charge right here, Sharon Sparrow, 3-year-old gelding. Sometimes I can fool you a little bit. 1 second time out, going the 1 1/8 and getting out at that distance. Last time at Ellis Park, now drops in. I see this drop.
You're going with him, yes?
Yes, and I think this drop's okay because the $55,000, he only cost $40,000 at the sale. This is maybe where he wants to be.
Sharon Sparrow, riders up, post parade shortly. Started the late pick 4, $55,000 restricted claimers, 1 1/16 on the inner turf course. Richie, if you were still riding, you had your option of any of them. Who would it be?
It would be the 1 Salt Spartan. This is a horse that has some natural speed and is very well posted, but doesn't need the lead. So this kind of horse, Kendrick Carmouche fits him perfectly. Come out running, nobody wants it, you control. If somebody really wants it, you sit that coveted pocket spot in the turf. 2 back, he was 3rd to Kark Brothers. Kark Brothers is proving to be an extremely good New York bred, undefeated in his career. And then last time he was drawn 10 of 11, and he was in that chase, 3 wide mode. That's not a recipe for success on turf. Better post today.
Should get a great trip. Salt Spartan. How was Del Mar, Jonathan?
It was good.
Yeah?
I did not sit in your box and have a good time in your box. I did not do that at all.
Still not good with it.
Stayed far away from it.
Still not good with it. It wasn't good with it then, wasn't good with it now, and I hope somebody steals your golf cart.
You know what, though? I did have a golf cart there. We had
That
it
was good.
for the
That
Doug
was really
O'Neill
good.
thing. Street legal. I haven't told anyone this yet, but I had it on the street, and a man on a bike did yell at me and assault me for being too close to the bike lane.
Assaulted?
That was an organized
It really happened.
hit. I may or may not have had something to do with it. Post parade, we meet the field. There's Salt Spartan, Kendrick Carmouche.
Well drawn, has that red hood on, will be taken off at the starting gate. And I just love the post and the race 2 back that he comes out of.
Richie's top selection, an Urgency, easy maiden win in his 9th start.
Yeah, on the dirt. Had a nice turf race, though, a couple back.
Maximum Promise, competitive at this level.
Yeah, he fits very well in this level. Cantromasi's having a nice meet, both brothers.
Madagascar, solid effort, facing similar last month.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I thought this horse ran extremely well last time. A little bit better than it looks on paper.
Man, this thing is wide open. Then light cab, and Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yeah, lowering Flavian Pratt's always a positive thing. He and Mike make a tough combination, turning back in distance.
Sharon's Pharaoh, Manny Franco in a groove. What else is new?
Yeah, some back races. I just didn't love the last race.
In the dark, number 7, Quick Gelding. Is he the one to catch?
I actually think he is the fastest of the fast here, and Jose Lascano broke out of that early meet slump, and he's riding well.
Chips and Fish, Louis Rivera, his Saratoga debut this meet.
Whenever I'm in the UK, I get fish and chips, and I ask for ketchup, and they look at me like I'm crazy.
Really?
Ask for what now?
Ketchup.
That's not going over well, man. That is not going over well. Yeah, who'll earn that elusive second win? Late pick 4 begins in moments. Race 6. Saratoga, another look at number 4. And Madagascar. Yeah, you could expand a little bit here, Jonathan, your top selection in the 6th race.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times in these turf races, we look at final figures, and that is a big basis for a lot of people's opinions. But I think that in turf racing specifically, if the pace is slow, the final number can only be so fast. And because the final number is based on the final time, it can sometimes be a little bit misleading. And there's going to be hidden moves within races that suggest that the race is better than the final time suggests.
Paul, your late pick 4 ticket, how many did you have to use in this one to feel comfortable to advance?
Well, I'm using a lot of prices in here. 1, 3, 6, and 8. I just thought this race was so tricky. Got to get a price. Yes, I'm using 8. Chips and Fish. He got a giant number. 2 back. 1, 3, 5, 8 in the next race. I'll use the first-time starter. It's Saturday night. I think the 8 is a horse that has a small little play in there. I almost included the 9 getting from, the 9 gets from off the rail to outside, puts the blinkers on. 5, 6 in the Skidmore, and then 2, 4 in the last year, 2 post-time favorites. Final Denial from way back, and Coach Case is probably going to be your favorite from Miguel Clement.
And we have all the stakes racing this week. Richie, 6 graded stakes races. Saturday, 5 of the Grade 1 variety. DraftKings Travers. This is a $55,000 claiming race, but competitive. Something for the blue-collar types on this Travers week.
Yeah, absolutely. And we love good competitive races. If you can kind of mine that nugget of gold out of, a competitive race like this. And like so many turf races, particularly on the inner turf, trips play a huge role.
Kendrick Carmouche, Salt Spartan revving his engines to Megan, trackside.
And speaking to Richie's point, as far as trips making the race a lot of the times in these turf efforts, we'll take a look at the number 4, Madagascar, looking to redeem off of a poor trip last time out. And one that I've tried the last couple of times with, and I think today could be his day. You know, last time out on July the 23rd, he was hanging on the wrong lead. He was in behind horses where he had to wait and steadied. He had absolutely nowhere to go in the stretch. He just did not have an ideal trip whatsoever that day. And it looks like he really had some run in the tank. So I really liked him in here, hopefully to negotiate a better trip. And even two-back running on fairly decently. I thought he had the worst of the two trips back on May the 23rd against Middle Market, trying to run down an undefeated Clark Brothers, who looks like a really strong horse. And I just really liked him in here. We'll see if Christopher Elliott can manage him a little bit more efficiently, as he will be kind of covered up by horses more than likely coming from off of the pace. The number 6, Sharon's Pharaoh, a very strong, sturdy type. John Terranova deputizing for Jonathan Thomas, has merited some success. And this horse is just very strong, very sturdy. I know Andy has some interest in this horse. You know, last time out, he was steadied early. He was 3 wide tracking, and just not an ideal spot whatsoever, and does have the back races to come back. And I didn't love his last trip. I wish he would have taken a step forward before this point. I think this is a pretty contentious group, but he makes all of the sense, and I think he's a square enough price. Really interested me physically. The number 7 in the dark, I almost went with. He's another one that will be a part of the speed. Actually, with Jose Lezcano aboard, could be leading them at the first call. Very sharp to the point where bubbling over a little bit more. I like that he's been able to settle, kept with the pony. He's been warming up nicely. He was getting warmed up and really sharp exiting the paddock, so I like that he's calmed down a bit. And he's been able to set some quick paces, where last time out, it felt like he was the last man standing on that quicker pace where it was dominated by closers. So look for him to be forward and sharp, making a nice impression, and certainly has the races up there at 7-1 to compete in here. Lafitte?
Pedal to the metal. Jose Lezcano, we'll see. Lezcano looking for a second win this afternoon in the dark. There is Light Cav, revisiting his maiden tally. 2 starts back, Horseshoe Indy. He's favored, Paul. Light Cav off the pace early and then cut loose.
Yeah, this is a good effort. I mean, the son of Twirling Candy, and these races at Horseshoe Indy have been a lot better. We've seen some horses come in here and do well. Now, came in here in a mile 3/8 race. It wasn't the best. I think the drop in class will help, but this is a pretty good effort. With J.D. Ramos aboard, it was in the in the Whit Beckman barn, now in the Mike Maker barn.
Should the table be set for him? Should there be enough pace if he's able to produce his best late run like Cav?
I do think there's ample pace in here, and I believe that the 7 in the dark is probably the main speed. But Chips and Fish isn't slow. Sharon's Pharaoh isn't slow.
Salt Spartan should be right there.
But I think Salt Spartan has shown some versatility. And I do believe that he can sit maybe that pocket trip if they do go the pace that I expect.
You had on your pick 4 the, who was it again, Paulie?
1, 3, 6, and 8.
At home.
Chips and Fish would be nice at 26-1. You know why I use Chips and Fish? His best race was on the complete outside, where he's kind of hung out. And I'm wondering if he kind of likes it out there. You get Louis Rivera today. Manny Franco and Jose Lezcano have tried their shots today, and Louis Rivera. I'm sure you're going to see Louis with a lot of guys going out of town. He's usually at Monmouth.
What should our viewers know about Rivera? He's ridden here before, but his first ride here this meet.
Yeah, decided to go to Monmouth for the summer. You know, just more opportunities. There's so many good riders here and only so many good horses to go around. And I'm sure he'll be digging back in New York once Monmouth ends and the new Belmont Park opens.
In the dark, we expect to be in front early. Who will cross the wire in front when they come back around? Time for the late pick 4. Frank Miramati with the call. Wide open 6 race live on FS2.
Here's In the Dark coming up. Madagascar loads. Chips and Fish to the outside. And they're off. In the Dark broke outward, but did break very swiftly and will now cross over and take command out of the gate. Salt Spartan comes away in second. Urgency races in third. Madagascar is fourth. And then it's Sharon's Pharaoh making a little sprint while wide into the first turn. Down on the inside, it's Urgency with the pink sleeves. Has about 10 to make up on this loose leader. Another 3 back to Maximum Promise. The 2 trailers are Chips and Fish, and Light Cav is at the back. 23 seconds flat. And Aggressive in the dark is tugging fiercely at Jose Lezcano, but that lead is still shrinking. It's now down to 3. Salt Spartan and Madagascar racing right together, second and third, and now within a length and a half or so of the pacemaker. Urgency is next, followed by Spartan's Pharaoh, 6 off the leader. At the rail, Maximum Promise is going to need a little bit of racing room on hold at this stage. Light Cav is next, and 3 to Chips and Fish. 47 flat for the half. In the dark, maintains the lead of 2 lengths over Madagascar. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 4. In the dark, turns for home, tries to sprint away. Salt Spartan has clear sailing now. On the outside, Urgency is finishing very nicely, and here comes Urgency with each and every stride, and Maximum Promise in behind. In the dark, Urgency. In the dark, or Urgency. Urgency in the dark. Photo finish. In the dark, Ultra Game on the inside of Urgency. Close between those two. Maximum Promise finished with good energy in third in front of Salt Spartan.
How many desperately close finishes have we seen today? And here's another Urgency outside in the dark, trying to hold on, hitting the wire simultaneously.
Heads. Then it gets the best of the bod, huh?
Yeah, heads bobbing up and down. I'm going to wait for Paul to call this
He
because
don't miss.
he's our
He
resident.
don't miss.
7 won the race.
Yeah, he got all that bob, didn't he?
My favorite part of this is while it looked like the 7 had every right to get tired and was getting tired and getting caught, the 2 never got by him on the gallop out. The 7 stayed there the entire way and even opened up on him after the wire.
You know, Mick, I was asking you, was this horse running off? Kind of was a little bit, but then I said, you know what? This turf horse has been playing fast. They ran a mile earlier in 1:33.
Yeah, 1:33. You know, nice horses, but a little faster than you would have expected for that level. And this horse was Ultra Game. Yeah, you know, Jose came out, asked his horse to run, and then he just kind of locked on the bit and was running off with him. I'm just so happy to see Jose Lezcano turn his meet around. You know, I honestly, as a former rider, if I was in a slump the way he was, it would have been really difficult for me to shake it off. It would have been really difficult for anybody to be around me. And he's turned it around in a big way, and people love to write riders off. Oh, he's not the same rider. Guess what? He's the same rider. He just needed a little bit of confidence.
Always nice to hang a photo on the leading rider, Jose Ortiz. Jose Lezcano in the dark, closing out the meet yet and feeling much better about the meet as a whole based on missing with his first 80 or so mounts to get things started in the dark. If you don't follow the sport that closely, how rare is it that you see a horse in a 2-turn grass race tear off like that, open up that big of a lead, and still win?
No, it's very rare. And the way he jumped in and fought off the challenge of Urgency, who came to him with a full head of steam. And like you were saying, here he is under the leading rider, Jose Ortiz, looking to eclipse Ramon Dominguez's single meet record in the dark, re-engage. But you knew he was gonna. He had that tongue flapping like Michael Jordan.
The Michael Jordan tongue wag.
I know this sounds a little bit silly, but I truly do believe this. I blame the internet for why we don't see more rides like that. Because if Jose goes too fast, gets beat, then people on the internet and the owners are seeing that, and they're calling the trainer, why did he go so fast? And I feel like it just doesn't allow riders to have the freedom to go out there and be aggressive and make a mistake or two, because everyone's going to see it, and they're going to have to answer for it.
You'd say like less likely to take that chance, so you don't have to hear about it later online.
Not that they're thinking about it in their head while they're out there, like,
But
oh
no,
my
I hear
God,
you,
Twitter today.
Believe me, I play with some guys that do. Believe me,
I think
there's
it
some
does.
athletes that do.
Phones waiting for you in the locker room. In the dark, 7, 2, 3, 1 results when we return. Plus, Travers Week Edition Cart Talk. Got to go with the heavy hitter, Jason Worth, joining JK. 15 years in the majors, all-star outfielder, World Series champ, and, Belmont Stakes winning owner. That's next.
Coming this fall, the upgraded Naira Bets app. Sleeker, seamless, smarter, designed for a better wagering experience, whether you're new to the races or a seasoned horse player. Navigate with ease. Get expert picks and analysis. Bet over 300 tracks worldwide and opt into weekly bonuses and promotions. All in one elevated experience. The upgraded Naira Bets app. A better way to bet is coming this fall.
Back at Saratoga. Saratoga Live FS2 as always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. One bang finish after the next. In the dark, entering the winner's circle, 2 on the afternoon, Jose Lezcano, 8-1 to kick off the late pick four to Megan in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Liffey. And a very happy winner's circle indeed here with Candace Johnson of Can Dance Racing, a part of the partnership with In the Dark. And Candace, the rain held off, and he certainly was game down the lane.
Yes, he was. We couldn't be prouder of him.
We talk about this partnership and how you got involved with Charlie. He's not really a trainer, incredibly shrewd, but doesn't claim on the turf and necessarily run them here in Saratoga very often.
No, he doesn't, but we listen to Richie here, and Richie is the brains behind our outfit, so.
Speaking about Richard Newman, of course, you found this horse very well spotted, and it paid off in the end. Very game.
Yes. He did everything we would hope he'd do. Last time when we claimed him, he had a bit of a tough trip. He was hung outside on both turns, but he fought on real bravely until the last 70 yards. And I have to say, Jose gave him a great ride, exactly what we said. Let him do his thing and dare them to catch us. And they came real close, but he fought pretty hard when they hooked him.
Candace gave you the credit, the brains behind the operation. Talk about your relationship with Charlie and spotting these astute claims.
I go back a ways with Charlie from when my father had horses years ago. He's since passed, and we've sort of taken up the mantle, and I was fortunate enough to meet these fellas playing basketball at the YMCA here, and we have a common interest, and we formed this little partnership, and boy, I gotta tell you, everything's going to plan this summer.
Oh, I love to hear it, Liffey. Great stories here at Saratoga, all for the love of the game.
Richie's the brains of our operation as well.
Oh, you guys are in trouble then.
1972 in the dark, a big effort, urgency, literally doing everything but winning.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Urgency had a full head of steam, was going to get by in the dark, had other ideas, and you love to see a horse with that kind of determination.
Yeah, so I want to thank Steve Bick for this one. Jose Lezcano, 0 for 80 to start the meet, 9 for his last 27, 33%. So, yeah, he's been rolling of late.
He didn't forget how to ride. Sometimes things just go the wrong direction, but he was able to pull himself out of it, and his confidence level's risen again. The guy's too good a rider. You can't keep a good rider down.
Streaks, hot and cold. Jonathan never misses on Kart Talk as you look at the upcoming 7th race. 2-year-olds, updated odds, Pirate Ship 9-5. It's about that time. Kart Talk Travers Week edition. He doesn't own a runner in this race, but he does have one Travers Day in the Lake Placid in Kokomotion. They say that hitting a baseball is the most difficult thing to do in sports, but if you ask Jason Worth, he'll tell you it's this sport that makes you crazy. And that's from someone who has won a Belmont Stakes. Jason Worth, yeah, when you've won at the highest level, you're going to appreciate it and wear out that souvenir T-shirt.
J-Dub, you got your Belmont Steak shirt on, huh?
Yeah, it's a little worn. You can tell I wear it a lot. I just kind of grabbed it off the top of the pile. One of my favorite shirts for many reasons.
I would imagine one of your favorite days in sports in general was that day when Dornick won the Belmont Stakes here.
I had a ton of cool experiences playing Major League Baseball for 15 years, and probably the only reason why I got into owning horses. So for that stage of my life, retiring, getting out, not trying to figure out what to do with the rest of my life, he kind of showed us, paved the way into horse racing. And that time up here for the Belmont, and going to take us to the Derby and all that. He's got a special place on the mantle for sure.
I've seen a lot of professional athletes kind of gravitate towards the sport, and it just seems like, when you're done, there's that void for the competition, the void of the thrill of success. How does it compare?
I've told people, this is the perfect sport for professional athletes because it gives you a little taste of competition that you've always had, and that you'll never get again, because nothing can move the needle like playing in the big leagues or playing in the playoffs or anything like that. For me, I think for a lot of people. So then you get out here and you run in a big race on a big day, and you get all the game feels.
How do you compare your nerves leading up to a big race day compared to stepping into the batter's box? And comparable, different?
So I was known as a really calm player. I get fired up, but I could be in the most chaotic moments. I could be really calm. And horse racing is like the opposite. Like in the most chaotic moments, I'm the most chaotic.
Get on the rail!
I don't know, man. This sport drives me crazy. The fact that how much has to go right on the day of a race to even get into the gate. I mean, I love the competition of it, and I love waking up in the morning like it's game day. You put your suit on, coming to the park for a big game, and all the stuff that leads up to it. But I mean, it is absolute chaos.
I got to tell you, looked like you guys were having fun earlier in the meet when Runaway Bride won, broke her maiden here, winning, coming from out of it in that turf sprint. Yeah. There's those videos circulating, you guys celebrating.
Yeah, well, the race set up perfectly for a full freak out, because she was way in the back, and it looked like she was out of it. And then even when Tyler got her in the middle, she kind of ran into behind the horse, and then she had to get out and re-rally, which looked like it was, not going to work out. But then her big galloping strides, and that was the first horse for our second fund, Big Brown, and all the people there, some of the people were new owners, first time they've been to a track. Perfect storm. Pretty cool.
I got to tell you, spending a lot of time in New York seems like a tough situation for a guy like you that played for the Phillies and the Nationals with all these Mets fans running around.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Yankees fans too. The Yankees beat us in '09 in the World Series, so I get it from both sides. But my dad was a Yankee, so that kind of calms the Yankees fans down. That disarms them. But there's no disarming the Mets fans. So they're still out for blood. And I feel bad for them. That was over 10 years of just absolute torment. I feel their pain.
Kart Talk with Jonathan Kitchen, brought to you by Gainesway Power. Fashion, performance, JK, great stuff with Jason Worth. It's wild and how common you hear that former athletes that get into the sport, horse ownership, and while they've been in the most pressure-packed situations in another game and another sport, how this is what they white-knuckle about.
Look, I've never hit a home run in the major leagues or thrown a touchdown pass in the NFL, but I have been alive turning for home for a big score in a pick 5, and I would imagine, based on the conversations I've had with professional athletes, it's a very similar feeling. And I think that's why they gravitate to this after that, is you want to try to find a way to replace that. And I think that horse ownership and horse playing, I think, can give you that for a minute and 33 seconds.
Cue the 4-time Major League All-Star.
Well, the issue that you have is, and Jason's nail on the head, it could be in the World Series or not, you could be facing Randy Johnson, but you've been doing that your whole life, so you're not nervous. It's under your control, right? As soon as that horse or your horse gets in that starting gate, it's not in your control. So you go bananas because you're so used your whole life controlling everything. I even go nuts when my other teammates would go to bat because you'd feel nervous for them. I always wanted to have everything on my plate because that's kind of how you're wired a little bit. Jason was definitely wired that way. So, yeah, it's out of your control. You just feel like you're out of this world. You feel like you're, I guess you call it spastic would be the right word.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I just enjoyed that, right? He hits a home run, and he puts his head down and runs around the bases. Then he's in the box seats just screaming and yelling and loving it. But he also said something early in the golf talk, the cart talk. You know, how you retire and you lose that thing that kind of defines you, right? And the routine behind it. And Paul, you must have went through this. I know I did when I was done riding. I was so used to, my day was so regimented. I knew what I was going to do every part of the day. And then you get in the room and you mix it up with the guys and the competition. And when you don't have that, you're a little bit lost. My wife said she was going to walk behind me with an air horn every half hour during the day just so I get that jolt like I was breaking out of the starting gate again.
Well, you spend more time with your baseball family than you do with your regular family, right? So that's the one thing you miss. Everybody goes, would you want to go back and play? 100%. I miss the adrenaline, but I need a new right arm, a new left knee, and a new left wrist, too, as well. It's just bottom it, but you can't replace that adrenaline. Richie knows.
I hit 15 postseason home runs. We have to show the one where he's crushing the Dodgers. Like, really? Yeah, like 13 others to... Yeah, no, it was. 13 others to choose from. Great stuff. Jason Worth on Cart Talk. As for George, he was on Cart Talk. It wasn't in a cart, it was on a boat having another big meet, Saratoga, and a 2-year-old pirate ship upcoming in the 7th at the spot.
Another dazzling display for Johannes.
Johannes is the one to beat. Johannes, too stylish.
It's Johannes taking care of business. Johannes to win the Shoemaker Mile.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live, on this most significant day at Saratoga. Nothing to do with racing, Military Appreciation Day. The New York Racing Association paying tribute to active military members and veterans in appreciation of their sacrifice and service to our nation. Special ceremony in the winner's circle earlier today from everyone at the New York Racing Association. Thank you to those who sacrificed and continue to sacrifice for our very freedom. Live look, 2-year-olds in the paddock. I lied. Pirate Ship, who is the favorite, trained by Joe Sharp. George Weaver has Silveris currently at 17-1 an outsider. And we turn things over to Megan Burgess, standing by with eyes on these 2-year-olds. Megan.
And a very vocal bunch they are, these 2-year-olds. But we'll start with horses that haven't had that experience. And the number 2, Cyber Trapping, a first-time starter for the Linda Rice barn. And a type that, a race that I wasn't in love with the race a lot of these horses with experience came out of, as Pirate Ship's taking that favoritism. But as far as the number 2, Cyber Tracking, Acacia Clement with that excellent interview earlier on in the early portion of the show with Linda stating that, yes, this horse has been training well, doing well since coming into the barn, but thought maybe distance would be to his benefit. And I agree with her. Just looking at him, likely a start could just bring everything together a little bit more. He's still certainly developing. I do like him in this spot as he's been training very well in the morning alongside a really nice maiden winner, Scramjet, who we saw very impressive for Linda Rice in a very tough maiden special weight field right here, and a really good move. They've been working very well together. This is a good mover. It kind of has some slack to his pasterns, a bit wider of that hoof. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he ventured over to the turf, but the dam's lone win did come on the turf going short. The dam actually a half to that Grade 1 Alabama winner, Eskimo Kisses. So certainly some distance-laden pedigree as we'll look to the number 3. It's Saturday night for trainer Chad Summers, looking for a big weekend with Napoleon Solo. And fun fact, Chad hasn't won a race with a firster. The last 2-year-old winner at Saratoga came when Napoleon Solo broke his maiden last summer. And so this guy certainly looks well met. He's very sharp. So I'm anticipating him showing that early speed as a son of Mandaloon. The lone work video inside of Live from New York, which is quite amazing. Live from New York, it's Saturday night. He kind of has that climbing turfy type action. So he was traveling well. He also worked very well. He worked in blinkers as he will wear them today. And he was best inside back on August the 22nd, also kind of sporting that climbing action. I wonder if he's going to be forwardly placed in order to kind of avoid some of the kickback. Perhaps maybe that's not his fancy, but I do like what I see from him. Perhaps he'll be one that needs the start, but he's very strong and sturdy overall. The number 1 covered option draws much better than the wider outside post that he did on debut. A type by Lisa Parkowski, a very shrewd barn, but 0 for 9 the past 5 years with second-timers overall. So certainly takes a little bit of time with those horses, but I thought took a very solid hit to the gate, ranged up with speed, chased very wide, and I really could appreciate Lafitte that he did keep on going, drawing better with some speed. I thought he was a viable option in here as well.
I didn't hear a thing she said was cyber tapping walking by the set.
Cyber tapping, very vocal first-time starter from the Linda Rice barn. They got a little nervous energy. They're talking to their friends like, hey, what's going on? Usually we're in our stall this time of day. Why are we over here now?
It's all new. First day on the job for some, including it's Saturday night. And for trainer Chad Summers, Al Gold, his debuting Maryland-bred, connections of Napoleon Solo, the Preakness winner, runner-up in the Haskell, all set for the Travers here, Paulie, and training well in the morning, typically an indication of how he's going to perform in the afternoon.
Well, he's fast, right? And he trains in the morning very fast. He's going to be ridden for the first time by Johnny Velasquez, and he's probably the pace of the Travers, and they probably got to take him serious. Do I think he's the most likely winner? No. But I think if you don't take him serious, he's still a quality racehorse.
Yeah, I can't figure it out. I'm so underwhelmed by this dual-time Grade 1 winner and 2 Grade 1s that I respect very much, like the Preakness and the Champagne. I've just always felt like his wins have come circumstantially, where he's either got a good trip or like another horse in the race didn't show up and fire.
I think that's fair. Maybe he's been a little bit opportunistic, but I will tell you, he is trained in sensational fashion up here.
And hasn't that coincided with his best performances to date
Yeah,
Practice like you play like you practice, right?
Yeah, it seems like when he's training well, he runs well. I mean, you know, and then early this year, they were having a little trouble kind of getting him the way they needed him to be, but I think he's right where they want him right now.
That's what makes it so difficult. I mean, all these horses. You even said you thought Sea Strike is training better than any 3-year-old you've seen. So
that's as good a work as I've ever seen
Your
by
eyes
any
jumped.
horse.
Well, wasn't on set with you, just watching. Listen, your eyes jumped out of your head watching Sea Strike.
It's rare when you see a Daily Racing Form Clocker report more than a B+. I'd be shocked if they didn't give that an A or an A+. That was as good a work as I've ever witnessed.
What a Travers.
Yeah, I mean, can make a case for all of them. I mean, listen, Ocelli is the richest maiden. He's probably, you can make a case for about the other 8 or 9 of them.
They can make all the fun of it. Oh, he has never won a race. He's banked 800 and something
Yeah, right?
thousand. The Travers this Saturday on Fox. Let's meet the field. These 2-year-olds, these maidens, covered option, pictured here, outran his odds first out at 29-1.
He certainly did. Ran well that day, broke well, showed speed, finished well. All the things you like to see first time out.
The very vocal cyber tapping.
Where is cyber tapping?
I don't know. He's somewhere. It's Saturday night. They don't always go anywhere, but there goes it's Saturday night. Is that cyber tapping? There he is. No, nope. That's Silveris.
Yeah, Silveris 14-1 was your favorite last time. Drew the dreaded 12 hole. Maybe we'll run a little better today.
Number 5, Pirate Ship, the favorite.
Yes, horse ran well last time. Nothing really to knock. Understand why the horse is the favorite. There's some other interesting things going on in here, though.
Tutto Apposto banged around, leaving the gate first out.
Yeah, and I thought ran okay after that. And, you know, Flavian Pratt now takes the ride from Mark Hennig.
Big Bold Red, no speed in his debut. Passed a few.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more speed from that, thinking this horse could try to turn the tables.
Noden, number 8, second at 66-1 in his dirt debut.
Yeah, theatrical on the bottom side. So they started this horse on the turf, but at 66-1, ran a good second.
Blackjack with Mr. 6000, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, the last race obviously wasn't very good, but the race 2 back from June, that performance gets it done here.
And a first-time starter, Ogugwa. Vacoma, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Yeah, for Rudy Rodriguez, if you look at this horse's gate works, they are pretty fast. Look for this son of Vacoma, like you were saying, have an oxbow mare be very fast. And there is cyber tapping.
Just marches to the beat of his own
yeah,
drum, doesn't
you know, Linda did an interview earlier today. They asked about cyber tapping. She said, listen, it might be ready, but he might need a start. Might go a little bit longer, but definitely been working okay in the morning.
These 2-year-olds sprinting 6.5 furlongs in that condition, Richie, which have sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction.
Yeah, it gives these horses an opportunity to kind of duck some of the horses that went for a lot more money at public auction. You know, you pay the same amount to keep a horse in training, to feed them, to care for them, whether you paid $50,000 for them or if you paid $1 million for them. So it gives the owners an opportunity to recoup some of their investment.
So when you look at this race, a lot of these other runners, like the 5, starting in an open maiden special weight on the turf, went to a restricted. So now you look at the 9, getting blinkers on, coming off the rail. That horse has been in 2 open company races, now gets into a restricted company. You're getting 4-1.
And the one thing else you could say about this condition is you'd like to think it helps at the sales, right? Where people maybe want to go to 50, they might go that extra little bump because they know they've got a chance to run the horse in a spot like this. It's made that lower level of the market, I think, a little bit more appetizing because you have opportunities like this.
What a difference, because in the past, you have these types of horses, and you can either face the $1 million babies, get clobbered, or you're going to have to run in a claiming race and potentially lose a 2-year-old.
And again, you've already put all of this investment into a horse to get them there. Now you get them in a place, well, if I'm going to make my horse competitive, I got to run the risk of losing him. I think this has been a great addition to the condition book here in Saratoga.
Paul, how about Blackjack there with Javier Castellano representing outside speed?
Yeah, the reason why I chose this horse is getting off the inside. 2 rail spots in the debut and the second start. And I thought the debut was pretty good behind Booked and beat, 5 or 6 other runners. Went back to Monmouth, been working great with the blinkers on. Like I said, goes from open company to this restricted company. Draws outside. I think there's just a lot of positives there.
4-1 currently. Blackjack, Javier Castellano. Over to Megan Burgess.
And the current favorite, that is the number 5, as I look over. And 5-2 is, to me, just an underlay in this kind of field on the number 5 Pirate Ship. Again, I spoke to this in the last race, kind of that Jose Ortiz effect in terms of the tote board. Certainly he's been doing incredible work, but this horse, to me, is one of 5, 6, 7 horses that could win this race. Now, he was warmed up aggressively. They took the blinkers off last time on August the 7th, his first time on the dirt, which I thought really freed him up. He was mid-range. He went up on the inside, angled out, and he did run an improved race. It just wasn't fast. It was a tepid field. He made an okay run. He's got some turf family underneath from the female family of Gio Ponti. I love the midshipmans on the dirt. He's making a fine impression. I just thought this race was a little bit more wide open, though he does have that experience. The number 4 is Silverus up there. You'll rarely find George Weaver with a 2-year-old at 11-1. Really good looking type, where he failed to really make a charge as the favorite last time out, as he showed some speed and then completely unraveled. He's so good looking, very athletic, good moving sort, very strong behind. He just looked best to me with the number 3 in this field. So it was really hard for me to avoid the price on him. He looked great. He just has to kind of put more together for him on the turf as he still lands back on the dirt. The number 9, Blackjack. I agree with Paul and Andy Sterling mentioned this on the handicapping show as far as the rail not necessarily being the place you wanted to be last time out on July the 25th. I think this horse will do fine here. I think more ground could be to his benefit in the future. Does get those blinkers on. I got a solo warm-up returning with the pony and looked great on track. I'm going to take a shot with the firster, the number 3. It's Saturday night. Hopefully he will be able to kind of put it all together. Very strong, and I anticipate him to be forwardly placed as he did break away from the post parade in here, Lafitte.
Al Gold's debuting Maryland bred. Megan, it's Saturday night. At the gate, these 2-year-olds, the boys, sprinting on the main track. And ready for the 7th race at Saratoga. Pirate Ship, 5-2 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. Freshman taking center stage. The 7th live from the spa on FS2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Silveris is coming up. Here is Noden. Pirate Ship. Ogugwa, OG to many. Going in. They're in the gate, and they're off. And Blackjack is going straight to the front. At the rail, Covered Option has some speed, and in between them, Silveris is prominent and takes the lead. A gap of 4. It's Saturday Night is moving through on the inside to take 4th, followed by Big Bold Red on the inside of Noden. That group is followed by Ogugwa. Then it's a gap of 4 back to Pirate Ship, who's toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers, Cyber Tapping and Tudo Aposto. 21-4. Silveris and Blackjack doing battle with Covered Option looming 3 wide in 3rd. In behind them, it's Saturday Night. Big Bold Red is asked to pick it up from 5th. Has 5 to make up. It's a gap of 6 to Ogugwa, who is racing on the outside of Noden. Pirate Ship outside of them, 45 flat. They're at the top of the stretch. Silveris and Covered Option. Covered Option runs right on by Silveris. Out in the center, it's Saturday Night is trying his best. Pirate Ship is next, trying to get a piece of it, and he is closing nicely, trying to get second. It's Covered Option, well clear. Pirate Ship on the outside, moves right into second late. Covered Option blew them away. Pirate Ship, it's Saturday Night, and then it was a photo for 4th involving Tudo Aposto, who was on the outside of Cyber Tapping. Looked like Cyber Tapping got that photo.
I have a feeling we'll look at that stretch drive more than a few times. Covered Option by many. Back at the start, Richie. What happened looking at the 5 Pirate Ship?
Yeah, let's take a look. It looked like he veered severely to the right, leaving the gate. I mean, he broke out so hard. I mean, he just basically knocked the 6-horse Tutto Aposto. Everything was not all right there, and just kind of eliminated his chances. But, so, you know, they're babies. They're young horses. They're inexperienced, and if they're not standing perfectly, they tend to veer.
They ran second at Pirate Ship and then pick up the action top of the stretch here, Jonathan. Covered Option, not necessarily maintaining a straight path.
No, I mean, he comes over and completely shuts the 9 off. Now, look, we'll talk about this probably for the next 10 minutes.
Uh-huh.
The 1 was best. I completely recognize that. But you're not allowed to play predictive future to say that what happened to the 9 didn't affect the 9. Now, I think we've all been around the game enough to know the truth there. The 9 wasn't getting anything. But you're not allowed to say that because we don't know for sure.
Well, here's the head-on. We'll take a look at it. You got to see if the 4 came out or did the 1 come in. You see the 1 on the complete left of your screen.
Yeah, it was definitely the winner came over on him, but I also do believe that the 9 Blackjack was a stopping horse at that point. And I agree with you, Jonathan. I think a foul should be a foul. You can't just knock people over and say, well, I was the best horse, it doesn't matter. This horse was decidedly best. There will not be a change in the order of finish. But
no inquiry, no objection. We're just speculating and watching the replay and seeing the covered option. He did come over, and horses behind him had to take up.
Yeah, and honestly, Luis Saez was a little bit slow getting, his horse straightened out. He turned his crop over in his right hand, and his horse took that step in. Very happy for Lisa Barkowski. This horse ran well on debut, obviously ran much better in his second start.
It's a fast time for a 2-year-old, 1:16 and change. They went 1:10 to the 6 furlongs. This horse just went away from you. You had a $20 winner, and Luis Saez, another guy that got off to a slow start, that really just has been really finding his stride of late.
Milestone for him, 4,000 wins last weekend. Wellspring Stables covered option continues to outperform expectation. Jonathan, he ran well, a good third at 29-1 in his debut, 9-1 today.
No, I mean, when you look at the debut, there was something there. It's one of those at the end of the race, you kind of look at it and you can find a way in which this horse has found himself into the winner's circle by open lanes.
By a Belmont Stakes winner, by a Travers winner, 'tis the law. Covered option by several. Luis Saez, 1, 5, 3, 2. Reaction results when we come back. Speaking of a Belmont Stakes winner and Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. Next stop, DraftKings Travers on Saturday, just 48 hours away. He takes the stage for the first time since his Belmont victory. Back at the spa. Picture perfect Thursday afternoon, Saratoga Live on FS2, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Big smile, Luis Saez. Easiest of wins, covered option. Running up the score at a price to Megan in the winner's circle.
And with some very happy connections at Lafitte, trainer Lisa Barkowski did a tremendous job with covered option, ready to go second time out. When the race was drawn, you had to be more excited about the inside draw versus his last.
Slightly more excited because from the one post, you're a little under pressure to get moving the whole way. If you break a little bit slow, then you can be last instead of third like we were, you know. But it's a lot better than post 10.
That's right. This horse showed tremendous professionalism, drawing off like that. Take me through what you saw on the stretch there.
You know, we kind of thought that this horse had a lot of ability. He's just taken a little bit to figure everything out, you know, but when I looked at the time, I was pretty excited.
And you even said more ground in his future possible as well.
Yeah, his pedigree says a lot more ground, actually, and some of the Tizzalows run on turf, but I mean, we're going to keep him right where he is for now.
A team effort right here with Wellspring Stable also purchasing this horse, and very astute they were. Lafitte?
Lots to be excited about moving forward with covered option. $20.88, Luis Saez, Lisa Barkowski, prospect of the future.
Hey, this is a nice effort, and this horse is a New York bred. He's running in the restricted maiden race, but he also has New York bred races to go to off of this.
Not just that he won, Paul. I mean, won by many.
That's a good effort by a 2-year-old. Like I said, he stopped the clock in a good time, and so if you're live in that pick 5, you're live for a nice little ticket, and the pick 6 as well. You got to navigate this race.
Thursday feature, 2-year-olds in the Skidmore, male equivalent to yesterday's Bolton Landing, Wood Island. Favored early on for viewers just joining us, Richie. The significance of this race and these 2-year-olds in the Skidmore for those who perform well, where this all could be headed.
Well, it's certainly pointing towards the Breeders' Cup. We're getting late towards the end of the summer. You know, these steers are sorting themselves out, and everybody's looking for that horse that's going to take them to the major stage. And for the Breeders' Cup, you know, this kind of race will point out who may belong.
Anything in the early wagering jump out?
Yeah, the 8's taking a lot of money. If you pay attention to the show, though, you'll remember that in a post-race interview, George Weaver wanted to run this horse on the grass, and immediately after the race said, oh, we're going to go back to the grass, even though the horse won on the dirt.
Right. The horse worked to B, borderline B+ on the turf before the debut, still won on dirt. The 8's a major player in here.
About 20 minutes to post till the Skidmore. That's coming up next. But on Saturday, it is the marquee event every summer here at Saratoga. DraftKings Travers. Of course, it's a grade 1, $1.25 million purse, 10 strong, top class 3-year-olds. Golden Tempo, 5-2, morning line favorite. First race since the Belmont Stakes, of which Richie, that effort silencing his critics that were quick to make the observation that his Derby win was fluke-ish.
Myself included. I just thought that he got such a strong pace and he got such a great patient ride from Jose Ortiz. You know, I wanted to see it again. Well, he didn't get the same kind of setup, and he was able to make a long, sustained run and battle off Commandment. Renegade was further back in third. I think he just showed that he's a top racehorse.
Expectations, Jonathan?
Yeah, look, I think he's good. I think he's a champion 3-year-old. I don't think he is 5-2 favorite in the Travers. They're going to have to bring their running shoes to beat him because he's probably going to win type good. He's good. He's just not running triple-digit buyers. He's a very good horse, and he proved me wrong about his performance in the Derby, which I thought was a huge setup. Came back in the Belmont, didn't have a setup and ran well. He's just not as good as his price.
No prep, so the heavy lifting in the morning, Richie, perhaps that much more significant. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, he looks great. He's doing everything asked of him. This was his final work, just a maintenance move. All the heavy lifting's been done. I love that Jose Ortiz is the one who works him. He's inside, and he knows him so intimately. And I guess if I won a Derby on a horse, I wouldn't want anybody sitting on him for his fast works either.
Polly, are we seeing more of the same? From Golden Tempo as we did in the Derby and the Belmont?
If he joins this group, that'd be unbelievable. Really back-to-back with Sovereignty, Thunder Gulch, and you got to go all the way back to Whirlaway. He's been good. And listen, his only losses that he's had have been at Fairgrounds, which was the toughest racetrack throughout, I think, last year to close. It was the biggest speed favoring racetrack of all races. So he's proved it since he's had the blinkers on, and he keeps working better and better. And I like that they slowed him down. He's going to be the horse they're going to have to hold off again.
It's interesting because he's been more aggressive in the morning, as you mentioned, almost indicating like he's going to be more tactical. But then in the afternoon, he's far, far back, produces that one late run. He produced that one late run in the Derby. Paulie, and was just quicker, just better than Renegade in the stretch. Renegade, and he locked up at the top of the stretch. Hard-fought second-place finish. Renegade in the Derby, kind of dull in the Belmont Stakes, but a stirring effort, that performance in the Jim Dandy.
And you wonder, a lot of people were thinking, okay, maybe going back to the mile and eighth will help him, but then you look at his Derby run, and he was right there going the mile and a quarter. My worry would be kind of with Counting Crows. He's danced every dance. He's going to be a little bit tired, and he's got a lot of other, I mean, besides the Derby, this is going to be the toughest field he's run against.
Won't be a Rod Ortiz in the saddle. For trainer Todd Pletcher, 3-time Travers winning trainer, all of them with Jim Dandy winners. Renegade, Jim Dandy winner. Richie, what are you observing here as he prepares for the Travers?
Well, look at his demeanor. He's a horse that I term runs mean, right? He runs with his ears pinned, his teeth bared a little bit. He just kind of very intense about it. Again, this was an easy enough work. It was basically the heavy lifting was done. But you got to watch gallop outs with Todd Pletcher runners. They continue, they extend, they go on out, probably gallop out a good another quarter of a mile. I think Renegade is obviously a major player. Tyler Gaffleone is a tremendous rider, but I think it hurts losing Irad Ortiz, particularly in this situation, because he's understanding of this horse's abilities and how he needs to be ridden. And he felt like he allowed him to do too much, creep into the race too soon in the Belmont. And to have the confidence to know what you're sitting on, you have to have experience with a horse, and Tyler has no experience with this horse.
A half mile and 48-4, thanks to our friends at First. Renegade there. Yeah, Jonathan, expanding on the fact that, look, it's not an insult to Tyler Gaffleone to say that you're going to miss a Rod Ortiz.
It's funny, though. It's like he's going to be told so much for the next 3 days, 2.5 days. Take your time, just wait. When you think you got to go, wait again.
Yeah.
So you might even overcorrect to a place where he does find that ability to wait as long as possible. But I do understand what you're saying. Like, he's never been there on this horse to feel what Irad felt, that he had the confidence to wait as long as he did.
How can he flip the script on Golden Tempo?
Maybe get first run on him. You know, it's a tough ask for Tyler, but you want to be in this position, right? You get to call, you want to be in the right spot. And listen, you're getting a world-class rider in Tyler, but Richie makes such a good point. He's never ridden this horse, and the timing that Irad had on this horse last time out in the Jim Dandy was just impeccable. Do you see it happening again?
I think if I ride Renegade, I got a key on Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo's been the hunter. He's been the hunted. Flip the script. Maybe you become the hunter. Follow his every move and then try to outkick him.
Can't wait. All takes place on Saturday. 6 graded stakes events, 5 of the Grade 1 variety. The DraftKings Travers 157th running live on Fox. Thursday feature is next. You're looking at Wood Island, the current 9-5 favorite in this upcoming Skidmore potential stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Post time in 14 minutes.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. El Cordobés will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
Blazing Salad. Big stone to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$1.50. £600, $1 Jody. Thank you.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey Japan Cup.
The field is in the stretch, and it is Golden Pal in hand here with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Golden Pal opening up here by almost 5 lengths. Golden Pal will get his maiden victory in Saratoga's Skidmore Stakes, and he did it impressively.
To Ascot and back, he was a maiden, running a hole in the wind, Jonathan, and graduating in the Skidmore. That was only the beginning for Golden Pal.
I still think that for a number of races on a number of occasions, he was one of the best turf sprinters this country's ever seen. He was absolutely brilliant, and he was very, very good here.
He's proving it in the breeding shed, too.
Two-time Breeders' Cup winner, juvenile turf sprint and the turf sprint, the Skidmore, back in 2020. 2-year-olds in the paddock, $200,000 purse. Wood Island at 9-5. Megan, we start with River of Deceit, 3-1. He's a maiden, but a solid debut in a runner-up effort.
And a really good-looking sort, Lafitte, the number 5 River of Deceit, and one that's, scratched out of that race back on July the 31st, I should say. Certainly been ready for the right spot, and I think he meets the right field. Very physically impressive, dating back to that debut and cross-referencing with some of what Acacia had to say. Back on June the 18th at the Big A, he had acted up a bit. He looked like that solid, powerful sort, and that's exactly what I'm seeing from him today, as he has been sharp and forward, but very much a professional here in the paddock, and nothing too over the top. They've really kept this guy moving. A lot of good substance to him, very much a prototypical sprinter, and very sharp prior to his debut, as he had been working with older horses prior to that, and just very good looking. I have no issues with him, and I really like the maturation that I've seen just from that debut to now, as last time out he kind of had a bit of a trip and was steadied back in behind when coming down the lane. Still being able to come with that run just showed a world of maturity for a 2-year-old, and certainly handling himself well in here. The number 6 Titan Ready, a private purchase, originally Fipke homebred of Charles Fipke. Those pedigrees on the turf, they are deep, and this one certainly has that. They just paid $12,000 back as a yearling, but obviously has been sold from then, and is a speedster, and has kind of shown that as far as through his races, but very professional and laid back here in the paddock, and very dappled, very much the very turf meant. He doesn't have necessarily the substance and all the size in the world to him, but he looks good, and one that will be forwardly placed is switching onto the turf for the first time. I think the turf is exactly what this horse wants. Has been working in company in the morning with a Group 3 winner in Tabiti, who's coming off of the bench there for Juddmonte, and been handling himself pretty well, solid. I think this is the right group, and he looks to be a part of that main pace. The number 6 Legacy Lady, the filly against Colts, but certainly does not look like a filly against the males in here. A lot of good substance to this girl. She's pretty physically impressive, just her pure substance, as she won by open lengths at Monmouth, getting to the turf for the first time last time out. Just going back through those works, she's just a very aggressive, strong workhorse. She's got those ears pinned, strong in her hind end. She kind of was asked to finish there in some of those earlier works that I caught down at Monmouth. I wasn't able to cover her last races. She was scratched out of the Bolton Landing yesterday, we saw against the boys, but we'll see if she can handle herself having that pace pressure with the males in here today. Lafitte.
Legacy Lady, Megan, 10-1 if you like her. Riders up momentarily, post-parade for this featured Skidmore, and there is Johnny Hockey. Easy to root for. Name for Johnny Gaudreau, a former NHL All-Star Richie who lost his life far too young.
Yeah, along with his brother, just a very rare, special talent, and just a sad thing for his family and everybody that loved him, and it's obviously a huge loss for the NHL.
Tragic, biking accident, 7-time NHL All-Star Johnny Hockey there. He is, maybe gets that confidence going, Paul. He went up to Monmouth to finally graduate and earn that first career win.
Yeah, and he got the job done with Ruben Silveira. Now Christopher Elliott will take over. He's a son of Omaha Beach. They tried the turf first time out, and he just had a bad beginning. But he was not dismissed at the window, 15-1. River Deceit was in that race, so maybe they're giving him another shot today. Next Level Stables represented. He looks well.
20-1 outsider, then Titan Ready, 8-5 on the morning line. Currently 3-1. Comes in from Canada, just like the winner of yesterday's featured event, the Bolton Landing. There he is. First star for trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco aboard, Jonathan. And what we've seen in his first 2 starts, this is the Victoria, very similar in his first 2 efforts.
No, absolutely, and he was really good, and he showed it the way you want to show it when you're looking to transition those skills to a turf sprint. Forward, fast, aggressive. He's going to move to the barn of Brad Cox. You've seen that before in the Qatar Silks, where they buy a turf sprinter, move him to Brad Cox. They won a Breeders' Cup turf sprint with Caravel, doing something very similar. So this horse, if they take to the grass, I think everything points in the direction. And like Sheikh Fahad said on Card Talk, he likes to see the tassel on top of the...
In place.
There we go.
In place. Relatively cold on the board, though, given in relation to the morning line.
Well, I just think that, when you got a horse that's shipping and there's still some unknowns. Is the horse going to appreciate the grass? Are they going to improve moving to Brad's barn? I think that has a lot to do with it. If you look at the will pays, which are a little bit tricky because there's an 8-1 shot that just won the last double. Usually a big price can kind of confuse it a little bit. The 5, 6, and the 8 are all kind of in the same neighborhood.
Call to post. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vekoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. Post parade for the Skidmore you just saw. So Angelina, 1 of 2 fillies, then American Pope.
Taking money here. Bet down to 6-1. Had 1 start on yielding turf at Ellis Park. Lures Johnny Velasquez.
Johnny Hockey, outsider 20-1.
Should bring some early pace to the race, getting back on the turf for the second time.
Better Be Tough, wire-to-wire debut winner at Monmouth.
Seems appropriate just outside of Johnny Hockey there. Had speed and was good on debut.
Dylan Davis aboard. Then River of Deceit, solid debut, didn't win, but lots to like.
Yeah, good second-place finish and showed that she can pass, or he can pass some other horses in here. That might be key.
#6, Titan Ready, a speedy maiden Canadian import.
Yeah, but the female side of the family, there's a lot of turf pedigree going back to the Grade 1 winning Flower Bowl winner, Lady Cheryl. Charles Fipke bred and raced her as well, and just a depth of turf pedigree and a really good work on the turf where he worked with an older multiple graded stakes winner, Tabiti.
Manny Franco seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon. Then Legacy Lady, another filly facing the boys.
She was good last time out getting on the turf, and even her first start, she kind of got left and rushed up. She has blazing speed. She might be the one to catch if she can break today.
Wood Island, 8-5, wire-to-wire debut winner on dirt.
Yeah, one, despite being pointing for the turf, reined off, showed ability. The grandsire on the female side of the family, Artie Schiller, a top turf miler.
Yesterday, Go for Launch. Most impressive in the Bolton Landing. Now it's the boys' turn, plus a couple fillies. Thursday feature in moments. The Skidmore is next. Another look there at #5. Currently 5-2 in River of Deceit, Jonathan. That debut here from off the pace. A bold move here, ranges up into contention, but just can't reel in the leader.
Yeah, you always like to see a move like this. It's encouraging to see that. Just shows a little bit of talent. You don't want to knock one for coming up a little short first time out, making a move like this, but now deeper waters. Wasn't able to catch this one. Gonna have some better ones to face in here. That's the biggest question mark.
Not a planned layoff, Richie. Tom Morley's been looking for a spot to run.
Yeah, well, isn't it interesting, right? He had that 1 start, a good second in his maiden race, and the 3-horse, Johnny Hockey, was in the same race. He has made 4 starts since then because he had the ability to go to the dirt. Now he's getting back to the turf, and you could forgive Johnny Hockey's 1 turf race because he didn't break, he did everything wrong. But it's interesting to see one horse come out of the same debut race, already have 5 starts, and the other one just making his second start.
He's stout on the engine with Junior Alvarado.
He looks great, and he might have the right style because if things get really heated on the front end, maybe he sits the right trip.
Yeah, I mean, he's the horse that's going to be ready to pounce, right? But we've seen a couple turf races when speed has been good, and the turf course is playing fast today. Now, the 8 here, Wood Island, winner first time on only 4-horse field, but was meant to be on turf. Son of Jackie's Warrior. This was the debut. 3 other rivals, but he did it the right way.
How do you gauge this, Jonathan, watching him wire this field on the main track and now ready for his turf debut and his second career start?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen the success that George Weaver's had with 2-year-olds, but specifically 2-year-olds sprinting on the grass, right? Winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year with Cy Fair and feels like 40 others over the last few years. The idea that this is not what this horse wanted to do, what George wanted this horse to do, the horse still did it the way that they did it, and now they're going to get to do what they want to do, you'd like to think there's going to be an improvement.
9-5 favorite, Wood Island. With more on Wood Island, over to Megan Trackside.
And looms very large in this field, Wood Island Lafitte, is he is a total hunk of a horse. And as Richie and Jonathan have alluded to, this horse wants to be on the grass, has the pedigree to support that. It's pretty interesting to see the likes of Flightline, Jackie's Warrior, these horses that their offspring are handling the turf as well as they are. Got the right trip in a a short field that day. It's not as if he set a blazing pace whatsoever, very much just got the job done. So still has lots to prove getting to the turf for the first time, but you can even see in that replay his turfy action, picking up his knees, his suspension. He wants this grass and he gets it. Definitely the best turned out along with the 5 in here. As we'll take a look at some others in here, including the number 2, I believe, the American Pope, as he is one that is a little bit more battle tested. A lot of these horses have some things to prove. I know Andy Serling on the handicapping show had made a case for this horse. He's nice and put together. He's a big price. I just wish he kind of has some more development to do to my eye. Certainly kind of the prototypical sprinter by American Pharaoh, who we've seen take to the turf really well and finally gets to a firm turf course for the very first time, as you can certainly forgive that race at Ellis Park on the soft going last time out, and definitely an underneath player to keep an eye on, and did utilize that speed when breaking the maiden on the synthetic. My pick, the number 5, River of Deceit, warming up really beautifully, but just as far as hypothesizing some of this pace, the number 6, Titan Ready, much sharper on the racetrack. I spoke to his professionalism in the paddock, as he has now since returned to the pony. Manny Franco really getting him revved up and ready to go, as he's been pretty impressive. We'll see if he can get the best of this field. Lafitte?
Canadian imports looking to sweep the Bolton Landing and the Skidmore. Titan Ready to his outside. One of 2 fillies, Paulie, and Legacy Lady. And the obvious question, I think, for most is, wait, the Bolton Landing was yesterday. Why are these fillies facing the boys today in the Skidmore?
Because there was probably 4 or 5 fillies in that race that'd be odds on in here, and the horse that won was a Price, right? So if you look, the best buyer speed figure on turf in this race, coming into this race, is what? 58, somewhere in that area? 61, the 5. 87 was the horse yesterday, and she missed the board. So much deeper event yesterday, and I think that's why the fillies are taking on the boys here.
Not uncommon, where the 2-year-old fillies are far more advanced, Richie, early on in their careers.
It's a light like people, right? Usually girls mature faster than boys.
Sometimes we never catch up, man.
No, and certainly they're always smarter than us. So.
Final thoughts, JK.
Clever spotting. Let's see if Titan Ready can handle the turf.
All set for the Thursday feature, the Skidmore. It's post time. River of Deceit emerging late at 2-1. Frank Mirmati with the call. Skidmore live on FS2.
Here's Titan Ready coming up for Qatar Racing and Fergus Galvin. American Pope, Legacy Lady coming up. And Wood Island to the outside. Johnny Hockey goes in. Better be tough. One more. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Skidmore. And Wood Island is very fast, clears off in just a few jumps. Titan Ready, Legacy Lady is not far behind in the opening stages. Now moving up to take second. So Angelina is racing on the rail with 4 lengths to make up. Johnny Hockey is next. River of Deceit in the yellow colors, 4 clear of American Pope and Better Be Tough at the back. 22 seconds flat for Wood Island, who moves around the far turn with a 1.5 lengths advantage. Legacy Lady is racing in second. Now here's a move from River of Deceit in third. Just behind them, Titan Ready looking for a spot to run. They're at the top of the stretch, and the half mile is behind them with 1 furlong to go. 45 seconds flat. Wood Island 3-length lead. On the inside, Titan Ready is finishing well, and Legacy Lady in third. Wood Island broke on top and was never in doubt. 3-length beatdown over Titan Ready. Then it was River of Deceit and Legacy Lady in the Skidmore.
Beat down is right. Wood Island for trainer George Weaver. Flavia Pratt in an absolute mismatch.
Broke right on top. The race was over the first 3 to 4 seconds in this race, Mig. And that high knee action that we saw on the dirt paid off today, and just still a little bit green, but Flavian just throwing some kisses at her.
Man, he did. He almost looked like he beat the gate and was able to clear a group of fast horses very quickly in a turf sprint. That speaks of serious speed, and he finished the deal. A good effort from the runner-up, number 6, Titan Ready. Just second best to a very nice prospect here for George Weaver.
George Weaver in the last 5 years is 27%. 32 wins with 2-year-olds turf sprinting. He has really figured out this part of the game.
Is that good? It sounds good.
That's all. If you do anything over 20%, you're doing it pretty good.
Yeah.
But a blanket situation like that with 2-year-olds turf sprinting, it's impressive.
This thing hasn't figured it out. You see George going down the winner's circle. He's got to be pumped. But this colt's still a little green, jumping back, switching leads because he's so far in front. He's going to like going some distance. He's 2 for 2 now. This is a nice animal.
Those 2-year-old turf sprinters last year, Weaver had Cy Fair, who was defeated as an odds-on favorite in the Bolton Landing. 2 months later, she would beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Maybe this is Weaver's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint runner this year, Wood Island.
The numbers get better. You can just dive deeper in Formulator. If you restrict that now to stakes and graded stakes, non-graded and graded, 34%.
Crazy.
With 14 winners. He should buy his own top hat at this point in case he decides he wants to go to Royal Ascot next year.
Impressive.
Quite impressive. You don't see horses clear off in turf sprint fields as easily as he did.
By daylight, Wood Island, Flavia Pratt, George Weaver in the Skidmore. More stakes racing as we near the Travers. Tomorrow in the West Point, that New York bid is locked in. Meet Bago, Kelso win, Kingston win. Runner-up in the Grade 1, 4-star Dave. We'll preview.
Enjoy Travers Weekend at Saratoga. Save $5 on admission for the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 29th when you buy in advance. On Sunday, get a Saratoga Summer Pin free with paid admission while supplies last. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Live on FS2, as always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. All in on Wood Island. Entering the winner's circle, Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. All smiles, Flavien Prat. Jonathan winning it by this much in a turf sprint. Wood Island, this is dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels silly after the race is over. It's like, I mean, I liked the horse. I ended up leading to the 6, but I mean, look, you could visually see how much better this horse is traveling than the other ones, kicking away from there after being on the front end. I would imagine that he feels very similar that he did after Cy-Fair on a couple of occasions last year that he has his Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint horse that could win it.
Wood Island, smart choice stable, winning colors of the Skidmore. The owners who grew up in Boston, a neighborhood in Boston, is Wood Island with Flavien Prat. Wood Island over Titan Ready and River of Deceit in the Skidmore to Megan in the winner's circle.
And George Weaver teasing, I think Champagne, is that in store for this horse? I kid. A 2-year-old turf sprinter, that's for sure. And joined by Jack Anderson of Smart Choice Stable and, of course, trainer George Weaver. A Boston neighborhood brought you guys together. Pretty exhilarating to see a 2-year-old run like that.
Absolutely. Very exciting race. I got the best trainer in the world, without a doubt.
I gotta agree with that.
Yeah.
George has done a great job with this horse, yes. And we grew up together in East Boston.
How did this partnership come to be?
Well, we live right in the neighborhood of Wood Island Station, which is right next to our little poor house in East Boston, and right behind it there was a park called Wood Island Park. So that's where it came from. We just figured out a name, and that's where it all came from. You know.
Pretty incredible.
I had horses in the 80s, but we never connected. And then I got out of the business, and I connected with him, and we bought 2.
I dragged him back in.
He's the best thing he ever did for me. Yeah.
I love it. And George, you said this horse wants the grass. Man, was that impressive. He showed some true talent in that one.
You know, I saw this horse early in the year. My friend Kieran Dunn with Wavertree had him, and, you know, he told me they liked him all year. And I had my eyeball on him, and he was in the Timonium sale, and luckily Jack was able to get him. But he's been a star. He's got a lot of class. And, yes, I mentioned that he is better on the turf. So even though he won on the dirt, I was confident that he would show up big on the turf.
Talk about the physical maturation. This is a hunk of a guy, and I mean, obviously, teased with Champagne. Is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint something on the horizon for him?
That's where I'm taking him, God willing.
God willing, Lafitte. Wood Island put on a show in the Skidmore.
While still making mistakes, right? Leading you to believe that there's more upside.
They saw him do that huge lead change back to his left lead inside the 16th pole and still came home his last 16th of a mile in 6.41 hundredths. That's rolling at the end of a race.
You love to see that when a young prospect, they win that impressive while clearly not a finished product, because, you know, once they put it all together, they're just going to be that much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's his first time on the grass. He just won a stake, and he did it impressively. And not only did he come home that fast, let's not forget where he was the entire race. Forward.
Yep.
Yeah. Impressive score. Onward and upward. Another win, padding his stats trainer, George Weaver. We have one left, and tomorrow, a couple of stakes races. West Point, presented by Rude and Riddle Equine Hospital. Big field. Big field. Number 4, Mibago. 2-1 on the morning line with Jose Ortiz. Paulie, what has gotten into Mibago? The 2 back-to-back stakes wins, and then this runner-up effort to deterministic in the Grade 1, 4-star Dave.
Well, they scratched his other, I guess his twin, Classic Q. Seems like they do the same thing, right? They go to the front end, but he was really good on this day. Deterministic's just going to out-finish him, but he was really good the time before that, and now getting back into State Bred Company. He's one of those horses, still, that needs the lead by himself. When he gets the lead by himself, he's really tough to pass. The only one that passed him last time might be the best older turf horse, definitely in the United States.
He is dialed in.
Mibago looks like he is going to be very tough. I do understand there's other speed in here, but the way that Mibago is running his last 3 races, the way that I look at these types of turf races, he is much better than everyone else. So even if he gets a little bit of pressure, he's still meant to be able to win this race despite that.
He's only run against New York breds on the turf in a stake once, and that was in the Kingston, and he dominated.
Yeah.
And now, you know, he went into open company, and he's a graded stakes winner.
Mivago, that's tomorrow in the West Point, as promised. Couple of stakes races. We also have the Wea. There's the field, fillies and mares, 1 mile and 3/8 on the inner turf course, and Storm Miami. John Velasquez rides 4-1 on the morning line, and all of a sudden, Paul, this race looks that much better based on what the winner, Servy, did a few weeks later in the Grade 1 Christophe Clement.
Yeah, Servy just exploded, but on this day, Storm Miami was 19, a little bit over 19-1, and almost wrecked the party. Coming off a good race at Delaware. Seems like every racetrack she goes to, she fires. She fired big, and you know, you wonder, can she come back with this effort? But her last 3 efforts have been darn good.
Well, I tell you what, that monster that just ran her down would be 1 to 100 in here.
Yeah.
I trust that performance was as good as it looks. Storm Miami, I understand she got comfortable, she got loose, but seeing who was running at her late gives me much more confidence in that performance.
She's run 3 times at marathon distances, 2 mile and 3 furlong races and a 1.5 mile race, and she ran bang-up races in each of them. You know, and then the race against Servy. So they figured out what she wants to do. She's stamina. She wants to stay. And she got the right pilot. Johnny Velasquez gets along with these kinds so well. He just kind of nurses them along and allows them to use their stride.
Talking about Storm Miami and trying to watch that replay, like I can't take my eyes off Servy. Like she just jumps off the screen. And based on that effort, following that effort, the Grade 1 Christophe Clement winner beating the boys. That's tomorrow, a couple of stakes races. You'll see him right here on Saratoga Live. You'll see him on Saturday. On Fox, Sea Strike, fresh legs coming into his own. Impressive Curlin winner trained by Chad Brown amongst the contenders in the 157th DraftKings Travers.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Coming this fall, the upgraded Naira Bets app. Sleeker, seamless, smarter, designed for a better wagering experience, whether you're new to the races or a seasoned horse player. Navigate with ease, get expert picks and analysis, bet over 300 tracks worldwide, and opt into weekly bonuses and promotions, all in one elevated experience. The upgraded Naira Bets app. A better way to bet is coming this fall.
Basic tip tonight of the stars, incredible atmosphere.
This is the greatest place to witness this sale. You need 2 or 3 people to get on, and next thing you can go from 2 million to 3 million.
It's just very exciting. Great things happen. Usually lots of fireworks, lots of $1 million horses.
It's always electric.
Some high-powered horses, high-powered buyers, and high-powered sellers.
It's a sale that's always on our calendar and one that we immensely look forward to, whether we're buying or selling. There's no better place to find a future superstar broodmare.
Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo faces Kentucky Derby runner-up and Jim Dandy winner Renegade in the DraftKings Travers.
Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack.
Golden Tempo meets Renegade for the 3rd time this year. The DraftKings Travers on Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises. Join us 5 Eastern on Fox. Saturday on Saratoga Live, DraftKings Travers Day begins early. Join the team for winning coverage of multiple stakes races from the Spa. Play the undercard of great racing before the DraftKings Travers. Saratoga Live begins early Saturday, 11 Eastern on FS2.
And the field turns for home. Top of the stretch. Bayern coming up empty. Not Wicked Strong. He's got the lead. And Mr. Speaker gonna try to take it to him. VE Day late on the scene. Totalist down toward the inside. Coming to the final 16th. It is still Wicked Strong. But here comes VE Day with a final try. Who will win the Travers? It will be Too Close to Call.
Great call, Tom Durkin. Late surge, VE Day in the shadow of the wire. It can be done. It has been done. The lone Curlin winner to go on and capture the Midsummer Derby.
And Jimmy Jerkins trained both the winner and the runner-up in that Travers. One of the greatest horsemen I've ever had the privilege of working with. But yes, you know, it showed that the Curlin can be that useful prep. And I think
Javier's 8.
Seven now. Looking
Seven,
for 8.
17, 27, whatever. It's unreal. And then C-Strike, yeah, this did not feel, Paul, like your typical run-of-the-mill Curlin winner when he won like that.
No, listen, when a trainer like Chad Brown, who's going to be enshrined across the street, tells you this horse is working better than any other horse he's ever had in a long time, and then he franks it with this effort, this horse is ultra dangerous. It's the now horse, and Chad's been looking to win this race for a long time.
The funny thing about that is, like, you know, a trainer that says that, it's like, you know, maybe they've had like 2 or 3 good horses. So
yeah,
like,
right?
Yeah, get tricked a little bit. Chad's had enough good ones that when he says it, you should listen.
You were on air the first time you watched that breeze, and your reaction, same as Acacia's. It was different. Like, wow, what am I looking at?
Lafitte, I've been watching horses since I'm 10 years old. I've been working horses since I'm 13 years old. I have never seen a horse work as well as that. That is the best work I've ever witnessed. And I've watched some really good horses work.
You're not the only one, too. You got a text.
Yeah, I got a text from Jeremiah Englehart, said that he thinks his last 2 works were the best 2 works he's ever seen himself. And he's got a world of experience as well. Said he caught him 12 going out the 8th after the wire, like an open canter.
So that just cut his price in half, C-Strike.
You know what's funny? I'll say this. Andy said it the other day on the show, and after these conversations, he kept hearing about people liking this horse. There's a chance.
There's a chance he could be
There's
favored.
a chance this horse could be favored.
He's going to get bet. Is there something to be said, Jonathan, about fresh legs versus the 3-year-olds, the Golden Tempos, the Renegades, some of these that have had much more taxing campaigns versus C-Strike?
I mean, I would defer to Richie on that. I mean, certainly, I've never been one. Here's the thing: is I don't know the answer to that question.
From a handicapping perspective.
From a handicapping perspective, I don't know the answer to that because these horses are individuals, their trainers are individuals. So I don't ever let it bother me because I'm never going to know the answer to it anyways. The workouts help. That helps. You see a horse showing good energy in the morning. I'm a paper horse player.
What works? Let me phrase it this way. What wins? Ability or grit? Because, you mean, fresh legs or grit? Because you're going to have the grit of the horses that have run, but the fresh legs of C-Strike and some of these other horses.
Well, Customato said it best, right? Will over skill, unless the skill is just that much superior to somebody with the will. But if they're in the same ballpark, there's a lot to be said for that foundation, that grit, that determination. I'm kind of leaning more and more towards C-Strike. Every time we look at him work, every time we talk about him, he's by Midshipman, who I thought was more of a middle distance, miler, middle distance kind of horse. But the way he finished the Curlin, it gives me the impression that another 1/8 of a mile won't be an issue.
I just think he's one of those horses you don't look at the pedigree, you just say, freaky.
He's an individual. Yeah.
He's C-Strike, and everybody knows the story. Nearby Mechanicville native Chad Brown seeking that first win in a Travers. To Megan, right behind us.
And what could be kind of a volatile 10 to 15 minutes here as the weather looks pretty ominous. Some showers and thunderstorms very close on the heels of this finale. We'll check in with the number 1. Blame it on KJ as we've had some rumbles of thunder. These horses are getting antsy. You can kind of feel it in the air that we're going to get some pretty bad weather here shortly. So hopefully we can fit this race in before that happens. I put on the raincoat, so usually when that happens, it hopefully stays away. As far as blame it on KJ, he always runs his race, and he's a horse that's very sharp here. Kind of kept out. You can see the pony accompanying him, his 2 grooms, very forward and on the bridle. Kind of gives you that anticipation that he's going to show speed. Well, no, he likes to come from well off of the pace, as he has been kind of the victim of trips in the past, and he had a tenacious effort too back to break through that maiden and a blanket finish, including some others that he returns to face. But I think that he gets pace in this race. He breaks from the inside. He's going to have to negotiate position out from there, but he does get the right setup, and he looks tremendous here in the paddock. As far as some of those actors, you can take a look at the number 7 Lobbyist, and if you think that's a familiar face on the pony that came in, it is. Horacio De Paz came in on the pony and has really been working with Lobbyist, and here a horse that has always been very sharp, lives on his nerves. As a gelding, they gelded him. That's not necessarily left him with any other positioned then to just be the way he is. You can kind of tell in his substance and condition. He kind of just lives on his nerves, but a big imposing route type also likes to come from that mid-range position off of it, coming off of a maiden victory. But we're kind of trying to expedite things here, Lafitte, as it looks pretty ominous in the skies.
Megan, thanks so much. These New York Breds to close the show on this Thursday program. Javier Castellano, we touched on his 7 Travers victories, about to ride Ortis in this one. And yesterday, Richie, history made at Saratoga. Javier Castellano and his 6,000th win. Yes, he crossed the wire in front and then had to sweat things out for a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you always hate to have to sweat on an inquiry, particularly on a milestone or in a big race, but it's remarkable. I mean, I remember when Javier first moved his tack to New York from Calder. He was riding at Calder, and you knew he was talented. Nobody could foresee that he would take his career to the heights it's gone.
Over half of his wins in New York, JK, and it looked like Pikachu helped him yesterday.
I always wonder what pitcher they're going to use for their sign. I would imagine that rushing fall that Javier
Right, he rode rushing fall. I was trying to remember the big Edwards horse he rode. Top 2 riders all time at Saratoga. Javier Castellano, Johnny Velasquez, and the current active leading jockeys. That is a lot of wins.
That's a lot of wins. And when I got to my 4,000th, I rode, my entire career here in New York. The sign said, "Congratulations, Rick Migliore." I've never been known as Rick.
You are Rick until Labor Day.
That is great.
Rick Migliore until Labor Day. That is too good.
Yeah, I'm in the winner's circle looking at it. Really, guys? You remember my name?
Somebody got fired that day.
That is too good.
Who's the Javier Castellano ridden horse? Who's the first that comes to mind?
Well, it's what he said yesterday. It was Keen Ice. That was his unbelievable triumph, right? He said yesterday, and it just comes to mind because you remember American Pharoah working out before in front of the crowd. All the buzz, 10,000 people watched him work, and with an assist from Frosted, Keen Ice got it done.
Turned up the heat on him.
For me, it'll always be Go Sapper. Yeah. That was the horse that launched him into the national spotlight. And, for a trainer of Bobby Frankel's caliber to put him and trust him with a horse like that.
You trust him with a horse like Bobby Frankel does. Maybe we should
other
as
trainers
well.
will fall in line, and I really feel like that's the one who kind of sent him off towards superstardom.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I was going to say Bernardini, and then I thought maybe there was another one, but yeah, Bernardini for me is one that he stands out is one of his.
Bellamy Road.
Ooh,
for me.
Yeah.
Popped a 120 some odd in the Wood Memorial, the favorite in that 05 Kentucky Derby. He got cooked in that pace tour, but just Mr. George Steinbrenner. He's a front-running wrecking ball was Bellamy Road.
I was second to him in the Wood Memorial, and I was in Regal Park when he was in Ozo Park.
Congrats, Javier. 6,000 wins, 7 of them in the Travers. Riding in this nightcap, as is Ricardo Santana. Not his name, but okay, blame it on KJ.
Deep closer's going to need to work out a trip, but he's in good form.
Final Denial and Manny Franco seeking a third.
Yeah, will come running. He just needs a little bit of pace to close into.
Manor Park exits the Rick Violet.
Yeah, he's getting some class relief here and should be able to sit a good trip.
Coach Case, he's due a pair of near misses at the meet.
Yeah, he just feels like he's better than these horses. If he can work out a trip, I think that's your winner.
Russ Bay, claimed from Miguel Clement by James Begg.
Yeah, and this is a pretty much tougher group that he's going to face.
Number 6, Nagio. John Velasquez takes over, has speed.
Yeah, lost a lot of ground last time. We'll probably be a little bit more forward here.
Number 7, Leave Me, put it all together in his 6th start.
Yeah, homebred for Barry Schwartz, another closing type.
Ortis, there he is, smiling Javier Castellano.
Was up close at a slow pace and just really didn't finish very well.
And Solo Empire to the outside and representing outside speed.
Yeah, last time he didn't break particularly well and he didn't show his customary speed. He holds the key to how this race is going to be run, though. He should show speed from the outside.
Christopher Elliott aboard. These New York breds to close the show. Mile and a 16th inner turf course. Richie, circling back to the current favorite, Coach Case, you kind of feel, like he's due as well as he's run in his last 2. Good efforts, just missed.
Yeah, they're both good efforts. I have a little different take on it. I think that he's certainly the horse with the most ability in this race. I also feel like he's a horse that likes to roar up and get next to a horse and run with that horse, not run by that horse. His last 2 starts, what reason can I make that he didn't get there?
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, I think a lot of times It's hard to know that for sure. You could definitely, suggest it based on a performance. His last couple of numbers, though, are better than what he's been facing. Sure. So my hope is that this is what's going to help him propel himself by those horses now.
And he does want to lug in a little bit, too. He doesn't look like the easiest to ride in the stretch.
And let's not forget, so far turf racing today, I get it, the Wood Island was so much best, but you have to be forward. So the 6 in here has got a big advantage. I'm not going to pronounce the name for Three Diamonds Farms, but this horse went really fast. I think when he broke his maiden and went fast the time after that, 110 and change. I think they'll slow it down here. Now the 4, your favorite, is tactical. I think you have to be somewhat towards the pace. I originally liked it too, but after watching a lot of these races, that horse launches from so far back, you kind of wonder.
They are motoring to the gate like before the, 04 Travers with Birdstone, when it was like Armageddon, and get him in the gate and let's get this thing rolling.
Yeah, and we were in the gate for that, Travers. I went up third on Eddington, and you could see the dark coming towards us, and it was lightning cracking in. And please just kick it. Let's get this over with.
In the darkness and downpour at Saratoga, Birdstone, Travers, 157th edition on Saturday. As this field, these New York breds march towards the starting gate quickly. Top selection, starting with you, Paul.
I landed on the 4. I think the horse to beat, and maybe today's the day.
Yeah, look, I was the favorite, but I just think this horse is the best horse in the race. I'll take a shot there. If I wasn't there, I'd be on the 2, so I'll just take the 3-2 on the 4.
Well, I'm going to just blame it on JK. I'm going with the 1 because even though he's a deep closer, and I agree with Paul, I do think being forward is an advantage. I know this horse is doing really well, and I'm looking for Dave Duggan to be the 100th trainer to win a race here at the Saratoga stand.
Watching Nagil for speed with Johnny Velasquez, and the long shot towards the outside with Solo Empire. Quick leaving the gate with Christopher Elliott, impacting race shape. One final time on this Thursday, on this Travers week. Frank Miramati with the call, the nightcap, live on FS2.
Coach Case goes in. Here's Leave Me. Ortis. And there's one more left to load. Solo Empire. They're in the gate. And they're off. Coach Case is very quick away from the gate, joined by Solo Empire out in the center of the race course, and Manor Park comes away in 3rd. Nagil is 4th. And then it's Ortis in 5th. Final Denial is down at the rail. Rospe reserved in the early stages. Blame It on KJ and Leave Me is at the back of the field. So they round the first turn, chasing Solo Empire through a quarter that went in 24 seconds flat. Coach Case is racing in 2nd. Just a neck more back to Manor Park in 3rd, racing 2 lengths clear of Final Denial, and Nagil, who remains side by side. 3 lengths back, Ortis is in between horses. On the outside, Rospe inching forward. Blame It on KJ, 2nd to last, and Leave Me trails. The half in 48 and 3. Solo Empire, 2-length lead on Manor Park in 2nd. Coach Case on the inside, under a hold 2 in 3rd. They're followed by Nagil in 4th. At the inside, Final Denial. Rospe continues to make headway, 4 lengths off the lead. At the back of the field, Blame It on KJ. Ortis is next, and now Leave Me the Gray starts to move from behind. 112 and 1. They are at the top of the stretch, and it's still Solo Empire, widening now to be in front by 2 inside the furlong pole. On the inside, Coach Case is trying to find a spot, does so. Out in the middle of the course is Final Denial. Coach Case sneaking through on the inside of Solo Empire, but it's Final Denial who blows by them all. Final Denial, giving Manny Franco a triple. Solo Empire, Coach Case, and a battle behind them for 4th.
Late surge, too much Final Denial, too much Manny Franco on this Thursday afternoon. 3 wins, Final Denial in the 9th at the Spa.
Well, we talked about being on the front end was key. The 9 almost won this race and almost caused a pick 6 carryover at a giant price. Held off your favorite, but couldn't hold off the other horse in here.
Or she liked your JK final denial.
The 4 looked loaded, Mig. Do you think that maybe just down there tight he got a little bit shy and didn't want to run through there?
I just honestly believe it kind of reinforces what I feel about him. He's a horse that likes to marry another horse and run alongside them. You know, a lot of trainers train their horses in company, and in essence, I think they teach them to work side by side. At some point, you got to allow a horse to assert their dominance in the morning. We're teaching them to win, not to run with.
Less pack animal, need more alpha.
Absolutely. When he broke so well, I think that Flavian would have been better off just letting him continue on the lead.
I think that Flavian, the whole way around, was thinking this 9's going to back up sooner or later, and the horse just never backed up.
But it reinforces what you've been saying all day, Paul. Speed on this turf has been very good, and I think it helped carry along the 9 horse at a huge price.
You know what isn't good? What the hell we just heard over this tent, man? That ain't good. Thunder rumble overhead, and getting this 9-race program in the books just in time. 2-5-4-1, final denial. Manny Franco, you can't stop him, can't contain him. A breakout meet. His breakout meet continues.
It's incredible, and he's such a strong rider, such a physically gifted athlete. You know, people that don't know, jockeys are serious athletes.
You know, it's funny. A couple months ago, a 3-win day for Manny, he'd be excited about it. But
and that's all that.
Another day at the office in Horacio DePaz saddling another winner here at Saratoga. Blazing start. Gets this guy home with Manny Franco in the saddle. That'll wrap things up for us. 9 up and 9 down. Right back at it tomorrow afternoon on the eve of the DraftKings Travers as we get closer and closer to Saratoga's marquee event, the Travers, on Saturday. You'll see it live on Fox. You saw that colt do his thing in most impressive fashion in the Skidmore Wood Island by many. For trainer George Weaver, Flavia Pratt, Javier Castellano, they got his name right. Spelled it right and everything. Javier Castellano, 6,000 career wins yesterday and a shot at an 8th Travers on Saturday aboard the Puma. See you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.
Discounted rate. Naira.com/Travers. The DraftKings Travers on Saturday. In the winner's circle is Final Denial, a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Mendelssohn out of In Denial. Owned by Upback Racing. Trained by Horacio DePaz and ridden to victory by Manny Franco. Riding triple. 3 wins. Manny Franco. Final Denial was bred in New York by Chester and Mary Broman. The running time 141.77 seconds. Exacta 280, 197, double 1624, trifecta 459.31, super 3,842.13, pick 3 146.02, consolation pick 3 30.29, 1810, pick 4 987.88, pick 5 7,739.39, pick 6 today 6 of 6 $33,021.41, consolation 5 of 6 449.27. That concludes our live